This evening, we have one appointment to the Elected Official Compensation Commission, and this appointment is being put forward by Councilmember Benito Barrios. Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion. Please cast your votes.
The motion on the appointment on item 1 was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Invite Christina Rowland to come forward. Is Christina here? All right. We'll have her sworn in at another time. All right. That concludes our appointments at this time. We are happy to present that the Mayor and City Council are pleased to issue a proclamation in honor of the Santa Fe Depot's 100th anniversary, celebrating the historic significance of the depot to our community and region. The proclamation will be presented on Saturday, July 21st. This time, I invite Councilmember Richard to come forward. She will be issuing the Citizen of the Month.
Thank you. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to some of you guys already know him, but Mr. Carlos Terran, if he could come up. Mr. Terran has been in San Bernardino since, I believe, 1972. Yes. He is a former employee of the city of San Bernardino with the sanitation department. Now he works for Burtec, and he's happy.
I'm very happy.
There you go. And you know, Carlos is the president of the neighborhood association, of the Mount Vernon Neighborhood Association. And you know, Carlos, since I've been in office, has been working so hard and diligently by himself. You know, sometimes it's kind of hard for me to wonder how you do it all, but you get it all done. And I appreciate that because you support the community. You've always been a part of the community, and I thank you. I want to give you a certificate from the mayor and the city council, awarding you Citizen of the Month for the month of July 2018.
Thank you very much.
There's also a certificate here from Mike Morrell, the state senator of the 23rd District.
My
And this
uncle.
is your uncle?
Just kidding.
He's trying to start something.
Thank you, Basina. I just want to let you know that I...
Just a second, we got more. You slow down.
Slow the roll.
We have more things to put on your wall. You can have certificates all over. So on behalf of the state of California, we honor you for being a pioneer in our community and for being Citizen of the Month. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Appreciate that. I'm going to be in the middle. Let's switch it up a little
Oh my
bit.
goodness.
I got to be in the middle.
There you go.
There we go. You ready?
Born ready.
Thank you.
And here's also a city pin. And if you have something to say.
Yes, I do. I just want to say hard work pays off. As a San Bernardinian, I appreciate what everybody else here does. And without the support of the police department, they help me out every time I need them. They're there for me. And the Common Council also. I want to thank each one individually, especially the mayor and all the Common Council. I thank you very much for your support. And everybody has come to my meetings, and it's all about information, giving information that people need. So thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Cardinal Alfonso Sanchez to come forward, and also Mr. Cardinal Ambassador Brian Rosales to come forward. It's our pleasure this evening to introduce the 2018-19 Mr. Cardinal and his court. We'd like to congratulate these young men who bring much pride to our city. And Alfonso Sanchez is 17 years old and holds a 3.85 GPA. Runner-up was Anthony Valencia, 17, and holds a 4.53 GPA. Runner-up Oman Santana, he is 16-year-old and holds a 3.6 GPA. And Mr. Cardinal Ambassador Brian Rosales, he is also 16 and holds a 3.6 GPA. Mr. Cardinal, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. So over the past few months as the Mr. Cardinal, I've learned so many things about the community, how we impact the community and helping out in community service. Even though we help out a little, let's say we go around helping, feeding homeless, or helping around when people need help for as Santa Claus Inc., or help around the blood drive galas. It's so much important how I feel as community members, our contestants for the Mr. Cardinal program, the Miss Cardinal program. We have their impact. We have very significant value to the community. I hope that this program continues for many years and follow many successors.
I'd like to invite the council to come forward. We can have a picture with Mr. Cardinal Court. Go ahead. Well.
And again, also a few more words. I do want to do a quick just appreciation for Mr. Jamie Rios. Your leadership with this Mr. Cardinal and Miss Cardinal is amazing. So can we give a round of applause for Mr. Jamie Rios as well? And for Brian and Alfonso, I've seen you guys literally kill it on that stage, and congratulations for making this far.
I understand that, I believe Christina Roman has arrived. Christina, if you'd come forward, allow the city clerk to swear you in.
Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Christina Roman, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which
upon which
I am about to enter.
I'm about to enter.
Thank you. And I just need you to sign.
My life away. That's it.
Councilmember Barrios, want to come forward?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. I know I was a little late in getting somebody appointed, but it was a little difficult when the people that wanted to have this committee didn't live in San Bernardino or in the second ward. And luckily, Christina has volunteered to take this position that's pretty important for future councils. And it takes my great pleasure in presenting you this certificate as the appointment for our elected official compensation committee. Thank you very much for your work here and wanting to volunteer with the city. Here's a pen as well.
Oh, thank you.
Please. Okay. No?
I'm proud of my city, and I'm honored to be representing my city in this award. Well, not award, but in this position and capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. We appreciate your efforts in volunteering to serve on that committee. I'd like to ask the city attorney if there's anything to report from closed session.
There is, Your Honor. Under Section A, People of the State of California versus Carly Jo Eaton, the council voted to give negotiation settlement direction by a vote of 5-0 with Councilman Valdivia abstaining and Mr. Barrios absent. On City of San Bernardino versus Oscar Munoz, the council voted 6-0 with Councilman Barrios absent to give settlement direction. And under subsection C, on City versus Rainbow Investment, the council gave direction for settlement by a vote of 6-0 with Councilman Barrios absent.
Thank you. Appreciate that report. We'll now ask the Chamber of Commerce, do you have a representative to come forward? And
You have two representatives.
I apologize. Chaplain's here today. I'm having work done at my house, so I had to take him to work. Anyway, good evening. I'm Leslie Stevens. This is Chaplain, Director of Sales for the Residence Inn by Marriott here in San Bernardino, and I'm also a board member for the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here with the community events today. Lots of music and lots of sports in the next 2 weeks, beginning with the Cal State Free Summer Concert Series, which takes place on the campus at the Lower Commons patio at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, July 18th, and then again on July 25th. The number for that is 537-7360, and for the information and schedule. On Saturday, the 21st at 10 p.m., come and celebrate the 100th anniversary of our beautiful Santa Fe Railroad Depot and dedication of the monument at 1170 West 3rd Street. Call 888-3634 for details. More music and concerts at the California Theater on the same day at 2 p.m. and again at 8 p.m. with Affordable Music Productions presents We Will Rock You, featuring legends of doo-wop and rock and roll. Call 317-2155 for tickets and general information. Again on Saturday, July 21st, the Western Regional Softball Tournament opening ceremonies take place at 5 p.m. at the Western Region Little League campus on 6707 Little League Drive, with tournaments taking place every day, July 22nd through 26th. Call 887-6444 for times and information. Our own Inland Empire 66ers will be hosting home games at San Manuel Stadium on East Street at 7:05, July 24th, July 25th, and July 26th, and the 31st. Call 888-999-22 for details. The Chamber of Commerce monthly business after-hour mixer takes place at the Arrowhead Country Club, 2242. Chuck, come here. Sorry. There he goes. On Inland and 9222 for details. The Chamber of Commerce monthly business after-hour mixer takes, oh, that's where I left off. I apologize. Place at the Arrowhead Country Club, 2242 Parkside Drive on Thursday, 26 at 5 p.m. Join us for a couple of hours of business networking and stimulating conversation. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
He
Go-
wants your
my
toys.
toys.
He thinks
My
that's
toys.
for him. And then on July 27th at 5 p.m., the Center for Individual Development, also known as CID, its 31st annual Grapes and Gourmet event at the San Bernardino Airport, 1601 East 3rd Street, 384-5426 for information and tickets. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate the chamber keeping us informed.
Okay.
All right, at this time, we will now open up to our public comments. Deanna Adams.
Good afternoon. I'm here to celebrate the Santa Fe Depot as a historic site that was inducted by the state of California on August the 7th of 1995. Recently, I've been driving around through San Bernardino, and I noticed there's a lot of national service providers, stack and pack housing, huge manufacturing buildings, and that is really not very good. Because what does San Bernardino have to offer besides taking all of our history, our timeline, and our identity? So what I did, I cruised around in San Bernardino, and I took a lot of pictures of beautiful gems, historical gems. Here's the Santa Fe Depot. My album is loaded. Let's take a look and see what type of properties we have and properties that we can save. I'll bet you that many of you do not even know what those properties are all about, even if you look at them. Tell me, what is Mission Revival? California Bungalow, Neoclassical, the Spanish Eclectic, Ateliana style, Tudor Revival, Folk Victorian, Colonial Revival, Art Deco, Queen Anne, Victorian, Craftsman, Gothic Revival, Old Queen Anne, Stick style, and the Mediterranean style. We have beautiful gems here in San Bernardino. So we do not want to give that up and raise all those buildings, all those history and the historical buildings for national service provider, the sterile look. It's very, very sterile. Now, on January 27th, a historian lady named Janet Henson. I want you to remember this name, and I'll give the documentation to Madame City Manager. She was ignored by this city, and she put on August the 5th of 2005, Stevens and Bobbitt, George and Catherine Stephen, Russell and Lulu Bobbitt on the state register as the only historical resource. Now, we have 4 national, we have 6 state historical landmark, we have 22 points of interest, and we have 1 California Register of Historical Resources. The city blatantly ignored her. However, The lady is now handpicked. She was handpicked last year in 2017 by Governor Brown. And I wish, since I only have 18 seconds to comply with the totalitarian rule, I would like to give this to Madam City Manager and have her recognize Stevenson Bobbitt as a historical resource, the only cultural resource that Ms. Hanson and I put together. You owe her an apology. You don't owe me an apology, but you owe her an apology. Thank you. Who can I give this to?
If you'll give it to the city
Thank
clerk.
you. All the pictures.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Scott, Melody Stevenson.
Are we on? Oh, good, we are. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and residents. Last May, my wife and I spoke to you on how our union, Teamsters Local 1932, is working on changing the view of public employees. Now, one way Teamsters Local 1932 is doing that is elevating our employees through recognition.
A recent ad highlights a City of Pomona Water Department employee. This employee ensures that residents can expect a high quality of clean water for all to enjoy. The public was also introduced to two San Bernardino County employees. Those employees connect people to vital resources and programs when times are tough. They help to strengthen families and protect the region's most vulnerable children. The City of San Bernardino publishes a community newsletter. In reading the July edition, Scott and we didn't find any articles that let the community know what the city employees of San Bernardino do. Businesses, yes, residents, and groups were highlighted. Why not highlight a few of the city employees? There are employees in the City of San Bernardino that create, volunteer, and provide services to your residents. Do the bragging for your staff and show how amazing these public employees are.
How can you do that? Well, here's some ideas. In the workplace, you can create a Cheers from Peers program where fellow employees show their appreciation to one another. Giving a certificate can go a long way in workplace morale. And also, don't miss the anniversaries. A study was recently done by the Harvard Business Review that shows employees switch jobs more frequently than ever. Part of the reason was lack of timely recognition. So pay attention to that first year anniversary as well as the usual 5th, 10th, 15th, and so on. Stuck on what to do? Ask your employees what they would like. Survey your staff. Ask them what they would like from you as far as how you can show them how you appreciate them. You may be surprised at the results, and you can feel confident that you are rewarding your team with something of value. Appreciation isn't just a game and reward system. It should be built into our culture. One way to do that is to give your employees real choices and actual voices. Genuine appreciation is fundamental. You can give an employee a gift card on their birthday. You can do that all day long. But if they repeatedly brought concerns to you or their supervisors and no real attempt has been made to address those concerns, well, that gift card is just empty. So join us, Teamsters Local 1932, in developing and implementing ways of recognizing our public service employees, employees that are the foundation of your city and the organizations they participate in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ken Owens.
Thank you for hearing me. The reason I'm here is I have a house on 315 West 9th Street that I sold. I built this house back in 2008, put a tenant in it because I could not sell it. Finally, I sold it, and through an escrow, I find out there's a $100,000 lien against the property. There isn't $100,000 worth of equity in it. Anyway, I asked them why I was not served. They said they sent the legal papers to an escrow company, which had been closed down for 2 years. I don't know why code enforcement would not send the paper to me. For 8 years, code enforcement has sent me a letter every year saying they're going to inspect the property. And every year I have made sure the property meet code enforcement's requirements. My question is, I went to the city council or the city attorney's office to see what I could do, and they said I'd have to get a letter and submit it to the city council, which I have. What I'm waiting for is for somebody to tell me who I talk to and what committee I go to see, or who is responsible for working with me on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
City
Mayor,
Manager.
I will have someone speak to him. We'll make sure we get his contact information and address his issues, because we need to follow up on those things timely. So we
Thank
will
you.
deal with them.
So is that it?
Yes, City Manager will have someone follow up with you, Mr. Owens.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Owens, thank you, Mr. Owens. Stacy Namos.
Assuming that was for Stacey Ramos.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. No, it's okay. So hi, my name is Stacey Ramos, and I'm actually here to talk to you about item 26 on the agenda for tonight. First, I'd like to point out, if anybody's looking at item 26, there's really not a whole lot of detail there. So first, I'd like to point that out. I would definitely like for there to be a little bit more transparency going forward when something that important is actually on the agenda. And what that item is actually to support the nomination for Supreme Court, for the U.S. Supreme Court, that Trump actually sent a letter to certain city governments to approve that. And so I actually am up here to, oppose that motion, because I do not think we should be supporting any Trump picks for Supreme Court, definitely with their attacks on women's rights, the rights of minorities, people of color, the LGBTQ community, and then let's just face it, Trump's done treasonous acts, and this Supreme Court pick has already said that he should not be held legally accountable for any of these actions, which to me, come on, he's appointing somebody that's going to give him a get out of jail free card. So I would really strongly urge that this city council take no position on this. I would actually love for you guys to turn it down and say you won't support it, period, because it's a horrible pick, and I would ask for there being more transparency going forward, because everybody here should have the opportunity to know what's actually on their agenda and to be able to vocalize their opinions on it, and they can't if you guys are not being transparent with what's on the agenda and what we're actually speaking about. So thank you.
Thank you. Ana Gonzalez.
Hello, good evening, council and public. I am here, as well as Stacy, to speak on agenda item 26. I am appalled that this city council did not provide the information on what that agenda item was about. Basically, deceiving the public on what this item is about. I understand that this city council asked for help when number 45 was elected as president, and putting San Bernardino City on the spotlight. So I'm assuming that's why they reached out for support. I urge this city council to oppose that support, because like Stacy said, this if this man is appointed, Kavanaugh, he's gonna ruin our country and the progress that we've made so far, especially attacking women's rights and LGBTQ communities and people of color, education, and many other things. So I strongly urge this council to oppose that support on Kavanaugh. So thank you.
Thank you. Leticia Chavez.
Okay, good evening, council and audience, people at home. I too am here in opposition of item 26. I feel like one of you should have the decency tonight to pull, table, and trash that entire item. And I also feel like this council needs to hold the city manager accountable for her incompetency in the matter. You do not bring forward a federal issue for people who can barely decide on what to do about blight in this city to weigh in on a federal matter of such importance and significance, number one. Number two, the city mayor, for allowing the manager to put this on the agenda, I believe solely done as a political ploy against an individual running for mayor. Truly, there's no other reason to put some divisive issue like this on the agenda except that you want to keep your job by keeping him in office. So let's just be real. And hopefully you guys will pull this item and we'll never hear about it again. Do the right thing.
Tim Prince.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. We have a packed house again, and I guess we thank our city manager and maybe our mayor for that. First of all, I'm a lifelong resident of San Bernardino and a 28-year attorney in San Bernardino. It doesn't take a legal degree to know what the subject matter jurisdiction of this city is. It's supposed to be services to the residents, but I guess we've kind of come away from that. We outsource everything, and I'm not sure what's left here in the temporary city hall. But certainly it's not to weigh in on Supreme Court nominees. That is not the subject jurisdiction of this city. And why the city attorney wouldn't head that off, why the city manager wouldn't know that, and why it would just be perfunctorily put on the agenda, like every time the city manager gets a letter from somebody, it's an agenda item on the council. It doesn't make any sense. Who's in charge of this city? Where's the accountability? You've decimated our city. You've taken away our historical city charter, supposedly to increase the lines of command. Well, we're apparently governed by a city manager that doesn't know what the subject matter jurisdiction of this city is. Now let's talk about the item. It's an election year for the city. It's an election year for the state. There's a lot of partisan items on the ballot, and we're going to talk about one of the most controversial presidents in history pick for the Supreme Court, when it threatens women's reproductive choice, when it threatens people's right to marry. Did you hear that, Henry? Do you know what this nominee would do? I mean, I can't believe that the city manager was allowed to place this on the agenda. I can't believe that you're going to spend time you could be used to talk about blight, about the problems in this city, about the crime, about the police response times, about what you're going to do about our beautiful city hall that's sitting vacant, what you're going to do about the 60 acres next door at the Carousel Mall that's vacant. Really? You want to talk national politics? That's all I have to say.
Mr. Goldman, or Goldron? Dorothy Garcia?
Maybe.
Was it Ruthie Goldcorn?
Goldcorn, is that your? Yes, excuse me.
Oh, the microphone's there. I know. Okay. Do you have a microphone? The dais goes down. Isn't there a way to lower this for her?
I'm sure not.
Yes, there is.
Well, then somebody should have done that the minute my name was called.
Right here.
We'll make you look at 88 compliance on the agenda.
Yeah. Over here. I know. Is it all the way down?
It is all the way down.
Okay.
But I can still.
Yeah, it should be moved over to you. I'll hold it. Yeah, I'll hold it.
That's a lawsuit right here. You have to realize this kind of stuff.
I'll hold it for you.
Okay, wow. Did not mean to have to play beacons and rearrange the furniture and the people, and my apologies. Fortunately, I speak better than I write. So my apologies for you not being able to read my name. My name is Ruthie Goldcorn, and yes, I live in Moreno Valley. I am not an interloper in your city. Your activities go well beyond your borders. Ladies and gentlemen, your opportunity to say no to the Comrade-in-Chief and his agenda to attack the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, including the Equal Protection Clause, and pretty much every other amendment to our Constitution is right now. Okay, so you made a mistake when you sent your letter. You didn't know. This was before, the black ops of ICE, the kidnappings, the snatching of people off their front lawns, that hadn't happened yet. Maybe you didn't know how bad this man is. Maybe you didn't know that the Comrade-in-Chief would defy his constitutional oath. Don't you defy your constitutional oaths. You just heard it again. That young lady, she said the same thing that you did. Protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of California. You have an opportunity to do nothing. You don't need to do anything. Pull the item. Understand that what you do and what you say goes well beyond this room, that street, those boundaries, and the borders of even the state of California, which is obvious because the Comrade-in-Chief got your letter a few months ago, and you are now on the FOT list, friend of Trump. Deny, deny, deny. Tell the Comrade-in-Chief no, under no circumstance. He has denied and defied his oath of office. Don't follow suit. No kidnappings, no snatching people off the streets. And I don't know if you know this, the 1,000 people being held at the prison, the federal prison in Victorville, half of them are Sikh, and the other half are Guatemalan refugees. That's who they snatched into that horrible, deplorable, despicable location in Victorville. That's the man you're going to communicate with? No. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorothy Garcia?
Well, I think you've already heard that this is a very divisive issue. I'm speaking on item 26, and it is divisive, and that's why you should either respond with no response or you should pull the item, because if you vote to support the item, if you vote to deny support to the item, either way, it is a can of worms, and you will make it's very divisive. You will divide the city, and you don't need that. If you, the person who's been nominated by the president to be Supreme Court Justice obviously has education, obviously has experience, but that's not all that counts. And there are many, many other issues. And again, it's not your responsibility to get into those issues. The best thing to do would be no response. All of us know that it is our senators from California who will vote on this confirmation, yes or no. We know that. And we know how to get in touch with them. And as an individual, I know that I can go online, I can write a letter, I can make a phone call, I can express my opinion there. I do not need to have you and express an opinion for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Cortez? I'm sorry, Mr. Cortez. We'll call you back up when the hearing is held. Thank you, City Clerk. Isra Renee Richmond?
Hello. I'm currently going through a lot right now because it's going through like a lot of my mental health because in my household, people
Could
think
you speak a little more into the mic? Thank you.
because in my household, people think that mental health is not a real issue, but depression and anxiety is actually a real issue. And I feel as if the city should focus more on finding people of color a place that's actually a really safe place for them to actually speak upon because my experiences have been horrible because I'm actually extremely high functioning and I'm still suffering from the withdrawals from the pills that they had gave me and I'm still trying to work and go and do stuff every single day and trying to make sure everything works out for the whole entire city as a whole. And being here today and being able to represent that is kind of scary because at my household they don't want me to go out and do these things because they're afraid that I'm going to like go crazy or something, but this is something that I'm crazy about is actually improving the city and making it better. It's also amazing to see all the items on the agenda that are actually there because it's awesome to see that the city is actually working towards making it better. I actually really enjoy that because I've always thought about making different ways to make the city better, but during my surgery, I had my appendix removed and I was at home and I wasn't able to really do much, and I was being forced to do a lot of different things. But it's all right. I'm still here today, and I'm still moving, and I'm still here to support and make sure that everybody's still okay. I want to go against removing her as the line thing because she actually is there to support people of color, and she's also there to support people of LGBTQ, and I feel as if Trump is trying to hold them back from being themselves. And being yourself is the only thing that you can probably do and actually learn and grow all the time. And I'm 21 years old, and I feel as if I've been like an adult for at least hundreds and hundreds of years, and I continue to want to grow and be an adult for hundreds and hundreds of years again. So I hope that you guys all have wonderful days.
Thank you. Shirley Harlan?
I support those that have been speaking on the staff report number 26 on the list of agenda items. However, I want to focus on process. I came to many of the times when the charter group was developing that for the city. And right now, in attending meetings, I attended the animal shelter meeting. I've attended these meetings. And in your process, I realize how difficult time you're having as a previous consul to understand your role now as a new consul with a manager system. And I also understand the complexity in terms of transferring the old to the new. However, you are a nonpartisan group. There isn't any time that you would take any position on anybody who's running for office or who's being nominated for a federal position like the Supreme Court. So it's difficult for me to understand why, when you received the letter, that you knew this. And what I'm observing is that you are depending on your city staff and manager an awful lot in terms of developing the policies that you should be making and working on to develop. And then you give that to the city manager, a CEO, to carry them out with very strong criteria as to what you expect of that policy that you have looked at. And so that is what I'm looking at. And it seems like you need more discussion of this. Now, I'm not saying that I'm a professional in this, But as a resident, as an old person, 88 years, who have been through a lot of things in this country, it's simple to understand that in this instant, something is wrong here, that many times you act here at the council meeting like you're a committee. You're planning to give, for example, 3 staff reports later on this agenda. And when I've heard your staff reports, the way you do it is giving the information at your level. It's not at our level to understand these staff reports when you've gone to conferences and things. They can be written up and shared, but you're not sharing them in terms of the best use of your time. Now, the other thing I want to say, I only got 3 seconds, has to do with attending the animal shelter. And what I want to say to the public, we need to energize that energy. And I was at the commission meeting, and council members, please be in touch with your commission members, read the minutes, have conversations with them, because like me, I know, I'm going to finish though. When you're 88 years old, you don't have much time, and please let me say what I want to finish to say, please. Because I've been out of the working force since '89. And since '89, there has been many changes. Things are much more complicated now than when I worked in manager positions and things like that. And the members you have on commissions are my aging generation. And so they need support in understanding the differences that they need to do. Now, there are 5 meetings between now and the time you told them to give you a report. You wanted a report in 6 months. And their meetings are about 2 hours. So that's 12 hours. Now, you got to do work in between to prepare for those meetings and get what you need.
Ms. Hara, could you please wrap up?
I know, Mayor. I have one more thing to say, because at that meeting, and I understand, Andrea, why you're interested in how much staff is involved in doing work, because now there are 5 positions at the animal shelter that are not filled. This discussion is going to be for an hour. You could discuss policy to fill those 5 positions so that that department is working as best it can to give you the best value in terms of during that time, and also give you back.
Time's expired.
Okay, I'll end, but please keep in touch with those commissioners and help them.
Thank you. Michael Townsend.
My name is Michael Townsend. I'm here in my official capacity as representative of Senator Connie Leyva. I'm here to speak on her behalf on item number 26. She is opposed to the City of San Bernardino submitting a letter of support for President Trump's nominee to the U.S. Supreme Court. She has heard from a large number, in fact, a majority of her constituency who have expressed their opinion about it, have expressed a negative opinion about the nominee. And so she feels as though if the City of San Bernardino were to submit a letter of support, that it would give an inaccurate perception of public support for the nominee, as you would be collectively speaking on behalf of the San Bernardino public. And so she feels as though providing a letter of support would be providing an inaccurate perception of public support. And so for that reason, her position is opposed. And so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Darrell Fry.
A statement from Assemblymember Reyes, again regarding agenda item 26. I believe the common thread is opposition towards it. As she reads, please accept this letter as my strong opposition to the City of San Bernardino's agenda item number 26. Earlier this week, the Trump administration reached out to city leaders in San Bernardino, seeking support for the president's nomination of Brett Kavanaugh to the open seat of the Supreme Court. It is clear that this is an attempt to fabricate the support that doesn't exist for a nominee who is not qualified. to serve in one of the most powerful positions in our democracy. I see no reason why he would be fit for this position. The Trump administration would do better to check in on our local communities to ensure that children are not held in detention centers or that our economies are not suffering due to disastrous trade policies. The people of the 47th Assembly District do not support this candidate, and it stands on the workers' rights, a woman's right to control her own body, immigration, health care, and firearms. His history of poor legal reasoning is completely antithetical to the values we hold in this community. I urge you to reject the current administration's attempt to gain support for this unqualified and unpopular nominee. I ask the mayor, the city council, to summarily reject this request. Thank you.
Thank you. James Penman.
Recently, I was here to speak in opposition to the outsourcing of the city attorney's office. I thought that that was a mistake, but that's water under the bridge. I'm here tonight to thank the decision makers, the mayor and the city manager, for working with city attorney Gary Sines to hire the law firm of Coda Cole & Huber, where 3 of our former deputy city attorneys had gone, because that's the only way we could have, we as a city, could have had a functioning city attorney's office, was to have those people there. I thought it was a good decision, and since I was here to disagree with you, I want to be here today to say I think you've made the right choice in that decision. No, I won't get into your other stuff.
Thank you. Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people, full disclosure, I'm a NPP, no political preference. I've supported some of the most conservative candidates in this area, and I just choose people that I like. One thing I'd like to say, this place right here means a lot to all of us, and it belongs to all of us. And when you bring up decisions that at the federal level, especially something as contentious as Trump, you really, really rile us up. So that makes me think there's an ulterior motive to this. Like, I think what's happening here is that Valdivia has more Hispanic voters, and you're targeting him. So if he could get hurt by this more than you could, Mr. Mayor, by bringing this up. Now, that's not proper. And it's not proper to bring up federal politics here. This is for us. There's tons of stuff we could talk about that's more important. And Mr. Valdivia, I heard that you may table this. I think that's a great idea. And it actually, you're standing up there. I love that. Thank you very much, sir. If you do that and you can get that down, cool. Mr. Nickel in the paper, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Man, come on. You know, I don't even have to say it. You know, that's pretty sad, dude. And then I'd like to talk about cannabis delivery. So they're going to circumvent all of your rules. They're going to set up delivery systems outside of our municipality and deliver weed to anybody who wants it and make all the tax dollars for themselves. And you can do nothing. So the state of California realized that you were obstructing cannabis, and guess what? So, instead of just throwing it all away, Mr. Mayor, I know you're subtly coming around to the fact that it's legal. Please, fix this. Work with Stephanie Smith. Work with Measure O. Make the new one here work properly so we can get some revenue into this city the proper way. You're not going to get rid of cannabis. There's nothing you can do. It's here to stay. It's been here since before you came here. So please, fix this. There's people's livelihoods that depend on this, and you don't seem to get that people in San Bernardino survive from cannabis. So you, by you hurting them, you're hurting San Bernardinans. So please, sir, don't hurt us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Luis Ojeda?
Hello, everybody. My name is Luis Ojeda, and I've been here before. And I'm a little bit surprised of so many people that cares about San Bernardino. It's always surprising. I've been here for a year, and I hear that all the time. But the problem is that it doesn't show on the streets. Over here, I'm hearing people talking about a federal nominee for the Supreme Court. I mean, it is important. Yes, it is. And I don't gonna comment on it, because I think there's bigger issues that we have at the local level. For example, we've been doing cleanups. We have cleaned up 42 sites, 20 tons of trash. With my own equipment, I'm paying my own money, because I reached out to several of the council members and the mayor, because Vertex said that they're willing to help. They haven't done anything. If you really care about San Bernardino, okay, I'll wait for you guys on Evans on Sunday, 7 to 10, to do cleanups. There's plenty of trash. If you really want to show your support for your city, I mean, where have you been all these years? Have you seen the potholes? Have you seen the trash? Have you seen the graffiti? Have you seen the homeless? And you're talking about Trump? And you're talking about, the federal nominee for the Supreme Court? I mean, I know that everybody has their own agenda and they have their, political affiliation. I respect that. I have my own. But I don't think at this local level we have to discuss that. And the politicians at the local level decide to support the administration, we have to be civil about it, okay? We have to have respect for the office. Even you disagree, you hate Trump, hey, it's your right. But at the same time, we have to respect the office. He got elected, he's the president, and we have to respect that. If you don't agree with him, fine, just vote him out of office next time around. Simple as that. Don't make a show out of this meeting. You really want to help? I'll wait for you guys on Sunday, okay? We're making a movement called We Are the Change, San Bernardino Volunteers. You really want to show your support? Come on, guys. I'll wait for you. You can call me 562-572-9676. Let me see how many of you guys are for real. Because I call San Bernardino the city of talkers. Because that's all most people in this city, they're good for. They just talk. For example, I offer myself to be a volunteer for the city, and I submit my application like 8 months ago, and they haven't called me yet. So free labor, and they haven't called me yet. So I wonder, you do that in the, in any business. Hey, I'll work for free. That will get me right now. But the city of San Bernardino, I'm still waiting to be called. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to our consent calendar. We'll start with Councilman Mulvihill. Do you have any items to pull?
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard.
I have none.
Thank you. Councilmember Nickel.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification. There was an item on the consent calendar number 12 regarding the ADA ramps. Perhaps, I don't want to pull it, but there were some questions regarding how that process is established and locations evaluated.
And what I thought, Mr. Mayor, because it is a very good question, and there's actually an opportunity for us to talk about some of the things that we need to do to be able to make sure that we're complying with the state law. So I was hoping that maybe either right before now or after you vote on the remainder of the consent calendar items, it didn't sound as though there was an issue with it. So whichever.
I support it. I just wanted
more
to
information,
so we can give staff an opportunity.
But we would like a couple minutes just to talk about that process that we used. The other thing I did want to mention, we distributed to you a couple of changes. So before you look at the consent calendar items, the items were 10 and 13, and they were changes to the references to the resolution. There were a couple of resolution numbers that were incorrect, and then we referenced a wrong street. It's actually in agenda item number 10. It's San Bernardino Avenue, not Mill Street. So, but you have those changes in front of you. And again, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, we do have some, after you finish polling, we do have a quick presentation on how those are defined and some work that we know we need to do as well related to ADA.
Thank you, Councilmember Nichol. Councilmember Charette?
No, I have none, other than if you need
Okay.
to pull that one technically to make the presentation.
Councilmember Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 12, I too have some questions. Might I make a suggestion that if we have a staff report on number 20, which is a capital improvement work plan, can we bundle that and consolidate time and expedite it? So if that's okay, but I do have some questions on number 12, if we could just bundle it in with 20, that way it's the same theme and we can get moving.
All right, so looks like we'll pull 12 from the consent calendar.
And add it kind of to 20. Yep.
Councilmember Barrios?
None, sir.
Councilmember Marquez?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. A motion to move the balance, pulling item number 20, or 12.
On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill and the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 12 is to award a construction contract for ADA access ramps and sidewalk improvements at various locations to the S&H Civil Works Agreement.
And Mr. Mayor, I think what we will do is take this, if you don't mind, with item number 20, just because it is part of our capital improvement plan, assuming that we receive the award of contract. So I think we can answer the questions about the ADA and then vote on both of those items.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, Trish and Alex?
Alex will be presenting. I want to give him a chance to be able to show what his group has been able to accomplish in the first few months of his being here. So this is a quarterly report on our capital program, and it is setting the base for this year in that it incorporates the new budget approved by council starting July 1st.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, City Manager. Let me just start with the project for the ADA access ramps. The way that we choose these, the locations and the intersections is basically a study that has been done by staff, where we go to every intersection and evaluate what is the need for the intersection, and we put in our consideration the trip hazards, the safety of the pedestrians, and the location, which is we want it to be in major streets where people most likely walk all the time. So we have a program that keep in touch of all have all the ADA access ramp in it, and then for this time around we choose about 122 ramp that is all over the world and everywhere in the city. So with that, I can answer any questions that you have on that.
Councilmember Nichol?
Yeah, and I think the question was specifically, I know that the Fifth Ward had, I think 4 or 5 of these projects, if I recall. I don't have the item directly in front of me. But it seemed abnormally low compared to a lot of the other wards, and I think that's what triggered a lot of the concern from my constituents specifically. So maybe if there's, I assume we've got newer infrastructure in the Fifth Ward, so I would assume a lot of it is that we already have a lot of those curb cuts already. Other parts of the city are probably quite a bit older and probably didn't have those curb cuts when the original curbs were installed. So I can understand the discrepancy, but just want to give staff an opportunity to respond.
Well, in all the wards, there is the access ramp that is in the Fourth Ward is already existing, but is not up to the state code because there is no truncated domes, which is that mat, that yellow mat, the pumpy that when the wheelchair goes over it, it just tells that it's a ramp. And that is, we have about 73 locations through the city that we're going to be installing that, and I believe some of them in the Fourth Ward.
Yeah, and there was one other question. I think we had an issue with some of those tiles coming up and turning into trip hazards. So just want to make sure going forward, hopefully we've found a remedy for that so that those tiles actually stay cemented to the concrete or fastened to the concrete so they don't come
Yeah,
up.
we will evaluate this to and, come up with a project, hopefully
Okay. All
next
right,
year.
thank you.
But just to follow up on that, yes, your comment that the infrastructure is newer, we tried to focus on the oldest first. So there are other areas of the community that obviously have older infrastructure. And then with respect to the trip hazards, if people notice those, because if they've already got those truncated pads and they're lifting, that's a better, having the pads is good, but if they're lifting, we need to know about that. So if they could just report that to us using the CRM system, and then we'll go out and we'll try to fix the pads themselves or find another solution. Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. Alex, I appreciate your leadership, and Trish, certainly love and enjoy working with Public Works on many of the issues that plague our cities. What concerns or highlight, I'd like to highlight kind of the deficiency in our infrastructure. We have a lot of capital improvements in the rears that and so my question is, on page 2, you suggest that there's a $46.1 million budget workout plan. How did we get the money? Explain it. Walk us through why all of a sudden did we get this surplus of money, and how did we get it?
Yeah, we can start the presentation. We can get to that point if you like.
Is this 20? Are we doing 20 or 12? Because okay. So if 12, are we still on 12?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So on 12, let's do 12 then.
Okay.
If I could get a list, please. I've asked for it 2 or 3 times, and I haven't received any correspondence. So I'd like to get a list of all those projected ADA locations, if I could, please.
Not a problem.
And the full council, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes, I have a question on 12. I have had, for the past year or so, I have had 2 ADA ramps on Arrowhead and 33rd Street. When the ADA ramps were put in, the sidewalk was removed and not all the sidewalk was replaced. In other words, on the 33rd and Arrowhead, on the southwest and the southeast corner, part of the sidewalk was removed and never replaced.
So they moved it for the ramp?
Yes,
but
they
never
in other words,
connected it?
the corner was completely cemented in before, and then they put the ADE ramp, but there's that certain portion that was never filled with concrete.
Oh.
It's just dirt.
We'll
And
look
so-
into it.
Okay, so it's 33rd and Arrowhead, the southwest and southeast corners.
One
Thank
thing I'd like to add, just so you know, there are new requirements for each city having ADA compliance plans in place, and that is going to be a focus for Public Works and probably community development a bit, to work together to come up with kind of a comprehensive plan of how we're going to move the city to complete compliance with ADA requirements. So this is a beginning of a greater focus on ADA.
Just to follow on Councilman Valdivia's question, stamp page 227, there is the locations for each ward for these ramps, if you, in your package, so the locations is there.
And then in your CIP, it's all the projects. So this is for this, in the big, I was going to say, I thought we'd already given it to you, but it is, it's in your CIP, and I don't have my CIP book with me, but when you approved it that night, it had all the list of them. But for this contractor, these are the ones that will be done under this contract.
Under this contract. 222.
On
that package.
yes, 220, 226, or 227 and 228.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, it goes all the way through to 230. I was going to say, I knew I've
You
seen
still on
it.
12? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
The other concern that I have is, are we replacing like for like? Because I have had some constituents of mine complain that the city is ripping up concrete, doing a good job about repairing it, but then they substitute it with asphalt. And so that is a inferior product. And so my question is this contract like for like concrete replacement, or is there a process or a protocol that would amend the asphalt being placed down instead of concrete?
This contract is all concrete. There is no asphalt work in it. Asphalt work is when we cut the trench around, for in the asphalt, then we replace the
No,
asphalt.
that's
with
not
that.
my issue. The issue is in the sidewalk, in the public right-of-way,
Right.
the concrete is being cut out, excised, and replaced with asphalt.
I think
Now, that's a
a-
short-term remedy,
Yes.
but they never come back, rip out the asphalt, and replace it with the concrete.
Yes, and that should only be a temporary solution. If we want, we have a few things that we do to eliminate trip hazards. We'll either grind it or remove it or do an asphalt shim, but that is temporary, and we do need to come back. So if you're aware of areas that we've done that, please let us know.
Well, and I request that we have a standing order with our contractors that if in fact they've identified that, that they go back. I mean, the constituent should not have to be again worried about reporting a CRM because of asphalt. I mean, the burden is on the city and our Public Works Department to make sure
Right.
that the contract and the contractor repair it like for like.
Right, and we can do that in ones going forward.
Yes.
But just in
Very
case
good.
there's some out there.
Yes.
Appreciate
we
it.
do want to correct those.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you. We're still on item 12. Okay, just so the audience will know that if this item is approved, and I believe we're going to vote on it, construction is to begin in October and completed by December of this year, correct?
Yes,
So we're block by block.
yes.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Mulvihill?
Yeah, listening to Mr. Valdivi's concerns about the asphalt, I think maybe matches what my concern is. They didn't put asphalt down, just left the bare ground.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And that, we're looking at all of our contracts now to make sure that we have remedies where we're finding things like that, because it should not be that way. Mhm.
Thank you. No further discussions? Please. Have a motion?
And a second, 12.
Have a second? City Clerk?
On item 12, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette and the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Now move to item number 20, Capital Improvement Work Plan for fiscal year 2018-19. It's recommended the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino receive and file the 2018-19 Capital Improvement Work Plan. Mr.
Kishta. Kishta.
Alex.
Yes.
Alex
That's
Q.
good enough. Good evening again. Yes, the item before you tonight is the capital improvement work plan. And the CIP is a plan for cities' investment in maintaining and enhancing critical infrastructure. The CIP work plan that you have in front of you is the details of the project work and efforts and when we'll be delivering these projects. As was mentioned before, the fiscal year 18-19 CIP budget is about $46.1 million. That is about 66 projects. So this 66 project has been broken down as the following: general buildings, nine projects; parks is 9 projects; street improvements, 25 projects; storm drains, 25 projects; street lights and traffic signal is about 25 projects; the police is about 3. This is the wrong, sorry about that. And the landfill is 1, not 25. So I'm not sure what is happened there, but sorry about that. So we have, yes, yeah. So the CIP, like I mentioned, the CIP projects is 66 projects at 46.1 million. So far up to tonight, the City Council awarded 8 projects, which about $6.1 million. It's about 13% of the total CIP budget that we have for this year, and we're still in the first month in the budget. So there is a few projects that are in progress right now going on, which is the Slurry Seal project. The contractor have started this project on Monday. And then the facilities assessment, our consultant have started working on the on the City Hall building to give us the report within about 2 to 3 weeks. And what did we need to do? What is our next step to enhance that building and to make it safe? So hopefully we'll be back to the council with the report and what is need to be done. And then the annual concrete repair, which is different than the ADA, that's where we about $1.4 million been awarded to fix the sidewalks, curb and gutter is all through the city and all through all the wards. And then we have a project that is going to start next week, which is the bridge railing and repairs, 2 bridges that we choose within the city that will be serviced and fixed. With that, that's conclude the staff reports, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that council might have.
Alex, you indicated how many police projects?
There is 3. I'm so
3?
sorry. This is, yes, I'm not sure why this transport like that. But
And landfill is?
1.
1. Thank you.
And-
Excellent report. I really do appreciate the effort that you put into making the CIP work plan so easy to follow and read. You did a great job. This is excellent work, so thank you very much.
No problem.
And I think one of the most important things about it is it tells you exactly what's going to be done, so no more of this concrete at various locations. It's, what are you actually approving, so that you approve it as part of the budget. Then we develop the work plan that then allows us to know the timing, because, some projects take longer. They've got design work or planning work to be done, but then you can hold us accountable for achieving this at the end of the year. There was a question about the significant investment. During the last several years, there hasn't been a huge investment in this city, and I think a lot of it had to do with staff capacity to actually get projects done and completed. So we're sitting on some funding that really should have been used for that purpose. We're capitalizing on that. This $46 million won't be spent all in year 1, but we're phasing projects better now so that we can actually get more done, because we're identifying the timing of money, when money is needed for various parts of the project, using that or maximizing that so we can actually get more work into the ground and into the community. So that's really why you see that large investment, several years of deferred maintenance, even though there was money there. We've also been able to identify some funding, and as we become better at using capital dollars that are available through some state and federal grant monies, as we get better at using those capital dollars, we can continue to increase that and then leverage the general fund money and the other funds like gas tax monies and things that the council has available to it to be able to devote to that. The other thing that council and mayor approved was really taking the CDBG and HUD dollars that we have, and rather than distributing those throughout the community, but to really for a few years until we are able to upgrade the equipment that we have, upgrade our buildings, fix the potholes and the streetlights and things, you've allowed us to reinvest those CDBG dollars and other HUD funds into the capital improvement project. So again, you're seeing a lot more money that had been used in the past for other kinds of things being devoted to capital work to get the infrastructure back to a position that we're more comfortable with. And it's a more appropriate level of maintenance.
Thank you. Any further questions on item 20? Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, just real quick on Little Mountain. Do we know what the status is? Where is that project cited in the?
Little Mountain is currently under design. We, the city council have awarded the consultant to start working on this project, I believe 2 meetings ago. We were promised that we will have full plans for Little Mountain by November of this year. So basically, most likely that is within February will be under construction.
And there have been, though, other improvements in House
Yeah.
It's not that nothing has happened. We have
It's-
some guardrailing and things on
Yes.
Yeah, no, I
Yes.
know you put the
Yes.
speed rumbles.
We will-
Is that project discussed anywhere in the matrix here?
Yes.
It should be in the streets.
sections, and then a more detailed review, remember, is in the capital improvement budget that you have.
Because I was looking in the streets and I don't.
It's under,
See it.
I can point you what it is, because it's not only that street, it's several streets that
Is
are
it-
going to be designed at the same time. And 410. Yeah, it's 410, yes.
Where at?
The first with pavement rehab at 11 locations.
Okay, on 410.
The first cells, the top cells.
Okay, it says Mountain Avenue, but that's not Little Mountain. I just want to make sure it's on the list.
It is definitely on.
It's on the list.
And you did approve the development
What is?
Right, I know we did that already, I just didn't see it when I was going through the...
We'll let you know definitely which
matrix.
one it's
I would
in,
appreciate
but it is
that.
there. We've already awarded the design of it, so.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
And the other one.
Yeah, I believe it's in the detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Devil's in the detail.
Thank you. Councilman Barrios?
So you said the 46 million is not all obviously going to come out in 1 year. Over how many years is it going to come out and averaging out how much per year? I know it's going to be an estimate, but
This year, we anticipate spending, and the staff's here, they can give me about 21 million?
No, actually, the 46 is for this year.
Oh, good, okay.
46
So I
is
have
for
it all.
this year. A 5-year extended overall is $107 million for the 5-year forecast.
And actually, I just want to make something clear, though, but in terms of some of what you'll see, remember, projects have to be phased. We do design work, and then we'll go to construction, or maybe we have to go to, maybe we actually start back, we do conceptual drawings and stuff, so it won't be stuff in the ground, so some of that is engineering work.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So the construction may go out a few years longer.
got it.
on
Thank
some of
you.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Valdivia, did you have anything? He's
Great. Okay, the concerns that I share with many of the residents is the design build phase, of which Ms. City Manager just alluded to. What process can we minimize the impact of the residents and businesses, and what protocols and procedures are in place now for us to minimize that time? Because frankly, the residents are clamoring for paved streets, for slurry seal, for concrete rehabilitation quicker and faster. And so how are we tasking our city departments, especially Public Works, how are we doing to get that minimized?
Well, I'll talk about one of the things that we've done, and they can certainly talk about design build and some of the other options that are available that we do have the opportunity to take advantage of. But just beginning, we realized that all the projects were being bid separately, and that's why Councilmember Nickel just asked the question about where is Little Mountain. Well, we know it's in here, but we've now taken multiple projects together because there's a lot of economies from scale by doing the design work, the planning work, all the oversight work, and consolidating them so that we're doing a lot larger project as encompassing many more square miles of roadway or concrete rehabilitation rather than doing them as all individual projects. So again, we're eliminating all that construction management and oversight when we consolidate those, bid them together, have you make improvements, so you actually look at those documents and approve certain phases, do that as a lump sum package rather than individually. That has saved a tremendous amount of time. And then there's some other things like design build and other options. We're using design build now on the Mount Vernon Bridge with SBCTA, which allows us to do design build and actual construction work at the same time. They got authorization to demolish the bridge while they're doing design work on the bridge. So again, there's some things like that, but it really is specific to the particular project.
Sure, and I think we need to optimize our relationships with those
Yes.
SBCTA and whatnot. They're certainly an expert on building and whatnot. But back to my issue is, how are we as a city creating, are there greater efficiencies? Have we identified those inefficiencies? How are we optimizing that time? Because there is a huge interlude between what the public sees and what you see at your desk. And I'm asking the question is, how are we minimizing that so that we can churn out in our wheelhouse better product for customers?
We are monitoring the contractors when they are go and do the work, and we give them certain time to finish. They have certain days to finish the whole project, and usually we hold them accountable because we go into segments. So the example, they go, we're going to do the segment in 1 week. They're going to do that in 1 week. So all the residents that affected by this will be notified via letter or via door handle, depending how the contractor would like to let them know what is the effect, and if there is need for them to not park the car in the street for a certain time so they can do their work and stuff like that. But we try to minimize that by having the contractor accountable for the time that he said he want to be in.
And I think in some of the prior contract management practices that have been used, and this is just my perception, based on looking at documents, we actually didn't check until the end of the project. Well, they've built milestones in so that they're checking regularly, so that we know right away if they haven't met something, then that means they're certainly not going to meet the end date for completion. So, that contract monitoring is critical, and actually staying on top of that and holding the contractors accountable, rather than waiting until the end and not having what we thought we were going to receive, and then trying to, backtrack. Now we're doing it as we go along through the project.
So I will also add, though, that Alex has done a great job since he's been here, is really working with staff and understanding how complex do designs have to be, how complex do our plans need to be, if there are simpler, more straightforward ways of getting things done quicker. Like the example is, we already have a slurry seal contract going on streets probably a few months ago we weren't even thinking about. So I think with Alex's experience in working with staff, they have gotten much quicker at being able to turn work around from just the conceptual phase to actually getting the work in the ground.
Very good. Presentation number 3, you have on the 5th item down, street lights and traffic signals. Those aren't necessarily development impact fees that are paying for this. These are more identified by traffic safety and whatnot in our Public Works Division. And the infrastructure improvements are borne by the city and not necessarily by development. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And so those development impact fees are separate and apart from what you're proposing here in this workout plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the $46 million, I mean, that's a monumental task. We really appreciate our staff. Thank you very much for your hard and earnest work in delivering that. I'm consistently advocating for a efficiency and productivity quotient. Residents are really getting on council and saying, hey, we want to see paved streets. We want to see those trees trimmed. We want to see the street lights back on. And so I'm looking for our city manager to provide that, and I'm anticipating a great report at year's end on that, and I'll be watching for that. So with that, I appreciate that presentation. Thank you very much for your hard work. I appreciate our staff on that. Thank you.
And I'm going to add just one other thing. We agree with you, because certainly, we want to drive on paved streets, and we get the complaints too. I will say that Trish and Alex in the Public Works Department are really to be commended, because last year we developed the city's very first, remember, we've had some capital plans, loosely called capital improvement plans in the past, but from that, last year was the first year that you actually approved a work plan, which showed you when those projects were going to be completed, what were those milestones that you could hold us accountable to, and I would submit that they've probably accomplished more in the last year than they had in a very, very long time. So I know what those milestones are. Terry and I regularly review those. Trish is usually ahead of that with Alex's assistance, and again, both of them have tremendous expertise. We feel confident that we can accomplish what we've set out and what we've committed to doing this year.
Councilmember Barrios.
The one big thing I don't see, and I know it may be somewhere in there, is the tree trimming schedule. And what is the schedule? Can you kind of give the public a good idea of what is the schedule throughout the city for tree trimming?
So we're in the process of working with West Coast Arborists to get the grid pruning going. So we have a meeting. I had a meeting with them last week, and we got a meeting with them coming up next week to start the grid pruning. We've already laid out to them the strategy that I presented to the council as part of the budget process of, our priorities are to remove trees, prune them. So number 1, mitigate risk by removing the dead trees. Number 2, prune so we make sure we keep the trees healthy. And then number 3, if we can afford it, replace as we can. So we've laid out that strategy for them. They're coming back with their cost estimate. We also have, because we have increased the budget this year so much, we actually have to do a contract amendment with them. So we're working on that as well. And you'll be seeing that shortly.
It's good to hear that you're going to remove some of those dead trees, because
Yeah.
I know there's constituents that
We're
have
already
them
working on
in
that.
front of their yards.
Absolutely.
And I have one right across the street, by the way.
Absolutely.
And we're also hoping, we're working with the contractor that once we have a commitment as to what kind of a schedule can we really commit to, then that will be available online so people can actually look. So
Yeah.
we're looking at mapping of some of these things so that they can look online and check for themselves.
Right, because they're always asking, when is it going to be
Yes.
in my street?
Yes.
So,
And again, I
thank you.
think as long as we give them something and then meet it, it, make the commitment and then meet it, I think they'll understand, and they can look forward to it, but we need to make that available.
Given the current funding, the entire city should be pruned within the next year and a half. We've already done 2 wards in the last 2 years. We're going to be completing a little bit over 1 more. Wait a minute. Is that right? No, not wards. Sorry. Segments, quadrants. They're not broken up into wards. Okay. And we have 4 quadrants that we're working on. So we've made it through 2. The funding allows us to get beyond, just a little bit beyond the 3rd quadrant this year. So hopefully early the year after, we'll have made it through the whole city. Keep coming back.
On some kind of a schedule. We're hoping a 4-year trimming cycle, but again, then we want to get the entire city on a regular schedule that they can anticipate and know when their trees will be trimmed. And then certainly, if there's an emergency or a hazard, we deal with that.
Yeah.
But for regular trimming, we want to be on a regular trimming cycle.
4-year.
Yep.
Thank you so much for the input.
Thank you. All right. No further questions. This is a receive and file. No action required. We'll now move on to item number 21. This is Transportation, Communication, and Public Works Policy Committee update. This is being given by Councilman Henry Nickel.
This is a brief on the meeting of June the 7th that took place at the Sacramento Convention Center. And I completely sympathize with the public comment earlier that a lot of these briefings can be pretty difficult to understand, so I will try to make this as easy to understand as I possibly can. The first part of our meeting discussed the recent election and specifically some of the propositions that were supported by voters and also supported by the League of Cities. This policy committee is a policy committee of the League of Cities, and the League came out and supported both Propositions 68, the park bond, Prop 72, that gave a tax break for rainwater capture, and Proposition 69, that ensured revenues derived from the SB1 gas tax and vehicle fee would be protected. Voters supported all 3 of those propositions, and so the League gave an update on the efforts that were made to both support those propositions and the fact that they were in fact supported. The League also discussed its budget to include wildfire and disaster funding and increasing funding for the Transformative Climate Communities Program and increasing state funding to address organic waste recycling challenges. These are initiatives that the League is undertaking, and the League is budgeting for these initiatives in its next year budget. There were also several bills highlighted during the discussion. There is a rather extensive list. I'll be happy to provide that list. But needless to say, it really, I think, highlighted the need for us to be much more in tune with what is happening at the state level in terms of legislation. There is a lot of legislation that moved through as the session was concluding, and I think it's increasingly important for cities to understand how that legislation affects what we do at the local level and the relative benefit or lack thereof on the work that we do for our residents. So I would hope that at some point we can have another discussion about moving forward, hopefully on some type of an agreement to include either a state-level lobbyist or somebody that can begin monitoring some of this legislation for us. Because there is a lot happening at the state level, and we need to understand how that affects what we do at the local level. There was also an urging that everyone call and visit their legislators and tell them that they support funding for homelessness programs. There are quite a few pieces of legislation, and I think it's important and incumbent upon us as a city to understand, again, the relative importance or value of those legislative proposals in the process of us dealing with the challenges that we confront as relate to homelessness. There was also an overview of the fight over SB 649, which was the small cell bill. Some of you may recall this last fall. This was a bill that would more or less take away local control over the ability to decide where and how small cells are integrated into our city infrastructure. And there is an effort underway now to work with the telecommunications industry to come up with some legislation that will address the concerns that were expressed by many cities throughout California and the need to ensure that city governments have a say in where those small cells operate, where they are located, and the impact that they have on our community. There was also discussion on the SB 1 gas tax and vehicle fee, and there was a request that cities come out in support of SB 1. There is going to be a rather significant effort. There is Proposition 6 that will be on the ballot in November to repeal that gas tax. Cities through the league have been urged to oppose that proposition and support the continuance of SB 1 and the gas tax and vehicle fees that are derived from it. There was also a discussion of AB 1912. Some of you may remember that this was the retroactive liability of cities as members of joint powers authorities. And this is something that we will need to continue to monitor. Certainly being a member of quite a few joint powers authorities, we need to understand what liabilities may derive from that if this type of legislation is passed. And it would increase our pension obligations and liabilities beyond what we have at the city level. So it is something that we do need to monitor. There was also discussion of SB 1302 that would force cities to allow deliveries for cannabis in their jurisdictions. I think there was some public comment on this. This legislation would more or less require cities to accommodate delivery service regardless of local ordinance. So there were concerns about this, and the League of Cities urged our committee to call legislators and let them know that cities do not support this legislation or any other measure that removes the city's local control ability to regulate cannabis delivery. There was also a presentation on autonomous vehicles, and I know that staff and I attended a conference, I believe in January, that discussed this. Autonomous vehicles and how this technology is developing is something that we as cities need to understand. Certainly being a city that has a very heavy logistics component to our local economy. This technology is developing very rapidly, and there are important opportunities to develop and guide the rollout and implementation of autonomous vehicle technology. There was a conclusion to the presentation on this to remind the committee that they need to be engaged and understand what these technologies mean for our cities, for our local economies, and make sure that our voices are heard as regulations are rolled out and we begin discussing and determining what frameworks will emerge around these autonomous vehicle technologies. I was also one of several members of the committee appointed to a task force to look at potential drone policy for the league. Drones are increasingly being used in various applications, in various industries, and for various public purposes. The committee adopted a draft league drone policy, but amended that to ensure that there's a line of sight requirement that would only apply to recreation and hobbyists, not for commercial or public safety use of drones. And finally, there was a discussion on an agreement with the City and County Pavement Improvement Center. This is an organization that operates, I believe, out of UC Davis. I think we've had quite a bit of discussion both tonight and it seems like just about every council meeting about potholes and the quality of our pavement. There's quite a bit of new technology being introduced. And I think it's incumbent upon us as policymakers to understand what those alternatives and trade-offs are in terms of cost and so forth. So the Pavement Improvement Center, it will be in partnership with the League, developing education materials both for policymakers and the public, so as we make these decisions, we're very well informed. There were several bills that were discussed. There is SB 460 and AB 199 having to do with public and private broadband. The League chose to watch those bills. There was discussion on SB 822. This has to do with overturning or reinstituting net neutrality at the state level. It was recently repealed at the federal level. There was a motion in support of this, and the committee decided to support this SB 822 legislation. And then there was finally a draft wildfire and utility standards policy. This relates to the fires that occurred I believe, north of San Francisco about a year or so ago, and the relative liability that should be placed on utility companies for power lines, and if and when those power lines ignite a fire, who is responsible, and the subrogation that goes to insurance companies. This policy was approved by the committee and will move forward for full legal approval. So that concludes my brief or my summary of the meeting, and I'll be happy to answer any questions any of my colleagues may have as best I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Nickel. Any questions for? No, we'll move on to the next item. Next item is item number 22. It's a report to be given by Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Rest assured, my report's not going to be as extensive as Mr. Nichols. That was a good report, though, Henry. NALEO is the National Association for Latino Elected and Appointed Officials, and every year I go to the conference to mainly network with council members, mayors, elected school board members across the United States. And there's always a lot of topics, a lot of knowledge and value that we gain from the sessions that they have. There's over 12 sessions that we attended or we had to choose from in Thursday, Friday, that we were there. And some of the things we covered was like anti-immigration policy, which was huge. It's huge right now. It's huge right now as far as what's going on throughout the United States. Sustaining or sustainable economic development. You know, as that, you know, for our community, it was really important. Smart cities that are growing and technology, utilizing new technology that's coming out, and some of the cities that are out there that are utilizing and taking advantage of the technology that exists today. It's pretty amazing to see the innovations that we are going to head into as we continue to grow in modern technology. We talked about criminal justice reform. You know, some of the things that we need to do there. Pension fund management, it's always an issue, always a topic, especially here in California.
There's we addressed a growing opioid epidemic that's going on. And as far as what's good as far as substitutes for opioids, because opioids are hurting people, they're harming people, and there's not much being done about it. But ending it, as elected officials, we were challenged to go out and groom someone else for any seat throughout any position in politics, but to get younger people involved, because they're the next layer of leadership that are coming up, and to get them involved, to understand politics and our roles as elected officials and decision makers and the importance of it. Because we need to increase, as you guys all know, our voter turnout, and the millennial generation is huge. And once they get moving in rocking the vote, they can really make an impact in the future of this nation. So that is my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill.
The conference that I am reporting on in mid-June, the local chapter of the Building Industry Association had their half-day conference down at the Doubletree Hotel on Hospitality Lane in San Bernardino, and they had some very good panels. Some individuals weren't as well prepared as others, so but there were some very good points made. The panels were entitled the State and Federal Policy Panel, another panel on social justice and California's housing crisis, another panel on energy efficiency and future home development, and also a presentation, very good presentation on housing market forecast for San Bernardino County. Had some very good graphics. I wish they would have duplicated it because, you know, when you have lots of columns of data and flow charts and graphics and so forth, and you're going through them one by one by one by one, not very helpful. I mean, interesting to follow, but I wish you had copies of those. At any rate, going back to the federal and state panel, the VP for Government Affairs for the National Association of Home Builders, Lake Colson, got into the fact of tariffs. And he indicated the most difficult problem across the country in home construction is the increased price of softwood lumber. We get most of our softwood lumber from Canada. And with the 20% tariff on those imports, really are handicapping the home construction. Another speaker, I believe he's the president of the president of the BIA for the Baldy View chapter, Phil Burnham, also mentioned the increasing price of steel for broader construction, which are also tariffs are being applied for, and we get most of our steel again from Canada and also from Mexico and so forth. So a great deal of concern about the application of tariffs, which I think most people who understand what tariffs are, we pay, ultimately. It's not an issue of providing funds for the government or whatever it happens to be, but the point is that tariffs are simply handicaps and increased prices that really aren't justified by the market but are applied. Unfortunately, I guess we've heard enough about the presidential administration. People scratching their heads about why starting this whole tariff process. So obviously, with regard to the policy discussion, California has the highest housing prices in the country, and although the Inland Empire is relatively affordable, it's just relatively. The price in San Bernardino of a median price house is $250,000. You know, most people who make the median wage in San Bernardino of $37,000 wouldn't qualify. And so people are complaining about, oh, there's 5 or 6 people living in this one particular house, and you know there's cars parked all over the street because there's so many people living in these homes. You know, 2 and 2 equal 4. If you have the issue beyond affordability, okay, that's the problem. And of course, a lot of the speakers dealt with the problem. Well, what's the policy solution? The discussion of the social justice, the YIMBY CEO, Brian Hanlon, was there, and the YIMBY group supports the ideas of Senator Wiener, who has come up with basically proposals that would take away a lot of decision-making power regarding housing. And if you boil it down from the YIMBY point of view, that is the problem. That CEQA, for example, we are looking into CEQA and seeing if we can't make it a little bit more, or I should say a little bit less restrictive in terms of housing construction, because CEQA doesn't seem to be a problem if we're building sports arenas or office buildings, but housing becomes a big problem. And so obviously Wiener's 827 failed to get out of committee, but 828, one of the points that he initially had was that right now our housing element is required to, our 5-year housing element is required to accommodate for 100% of our projected needs. The 828 would up that to 200%, but it's been rolled back since that time to, I believe, 125%, and there may be some other modifications with regard. But again, 828 is still on the docket. But the problem is going to have to be looked at in terms of the need that we have for housing, and obviously it is a problem for our residents and our citizens who are looking for housing for their families. And $250,000 in San Bernardino is going to lead essentially to some very poor housing circumstances for so many families. People living in garages. Again, I hear complaints from my constituents all the time. Well, they're living in here and they're living there. Well, the reality is we have to do something about housing. And again, I'm talking about us in a general sense. The housing problem, the housing shortage, where the jobs are, lies primarily on the coastal counties of Orange and Santa Barbara and Los Angeles, among others. And, of course, going up north that, again, are very restrictive. And, they're built out. Well, they're built out if you don't think about the fact that there's a lot of airspace up there. And I was in a discussion, as an aside, with a supervisor at a transportation discussion at Cal State a couple of months ago. And that supervisor made the point saying that, sure, the 215 is congested and the 90 is congested. People are voting with their cars. They're on those freeways because they want to be on those freeways. They want to drive their cars. And I thought, my God, there's someone who really doesn't understand what the point of mass transit happens to be. I would suppose that a lot of people, if they had an alternative, wouldn't be on their cars stuck in traffic on the 90 or the 215 or the 10 and so forth. But anyway, getting back to the issue at hand, there's a great deal of concern that there's a lifeboat ethic, that a lot of people who own their own homes aren't terribly concerned about people who don't. And I think that really, that attitude really needs to change. You hear it all the time about those people. Many don't recognize that that middle-aged person behind the counter at McDonald's, or the person who mows your lawn or dusts your furniture in your living room, they don't make a great deal of money. And I constantly hear about mass transit in San Bernardino. Nobody's ever riding it, and so why do we have it? Well, the point is, about half of lower-income individuals don't own their own transportation, don't own cars. And so public transit as a service is absolutely necessary. So housing policy, the issue was we really need to look closer at our zoning capacity in terms of allowing for housing, and I'd say affordable housing. Affordable housing encompasses people that make up to 120% of median income. In other words, affordable housing can be for people who are making $65,000 a year. We're not talking necessarily about people who are, are homeless, and yet often people kind of mix those ideas together. But we do need to have housing that's decent quality and available for people who are making 50% of the area median income and less than 80% of the area median income. They're there. We need them. Again, they're the people behind the counters and mowing our lawns and so forth. Also, too, with regard to adding states' teeth to the housing authority mandates, again, essentially what Senator Wiener is getting at with regard to the former 827 and the present 828. Let's see if there's anything else there. And again, the constant call to get with Feinstein and to get with Aguilar to try to change some of the housing issues at the federal level and provide more income. The individual, Terry Kent, who's one of the partners on the Mary's Mercy Center on Walnut Street in San Bernardino, spoke about the fact that a major component of that development is going to be zero net energy. In other words, he was providing numbers in terms of although homes, and there was a big discussion about zero net energy in the future, will add a certain amount of money to a home's mortgage, but in the long term, you'll get more than that back. And again, he gave the example of Mary's Mercy Center. A major component of that is going to utilize zero net energy. And they're going to be getting that, I suspect, in fall. I guess we asked them about that. And again, it was unfortunate that the last presentation was this really a very good presentation of data and about market forecasts, and it was very interesting. I certainly would have liked to have had some hard copy on that. Lastly, and I should mention that as Henry's pointed out with regard to the propositions that are going to be on the ballot, a very important proposition, Prop 10. There is a Prop 10 proposes to repeal the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act, which essentially forbids jurisdictions from imposing rent controls. If you want to kill a housing market, impose rent controls. Unless a property owner can earn a profit on the apartments they build or the homes they build, they're not going to build. So rent control per se ruins the housing market. And but the way it's going to be presented is that it's going to be essentially improving home decision making. In other words, Costa-Hawkins takes rent control discussion away from local jurisdictions, and what the proposition is going to be worded is that it's going to return home rule. But it's the home rule to allow rent control, which is something that you really don't want. If you want to ruin your housing market, short of bombing a city, impose rent control. And again, that was an issue that was brought up during the BIA discussion. And I think that's about it.
Thank you.
That was a brief.
Any questions for Councilman Overhill? Next is item number 23. Item 24, Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee update by Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you. I want to point the constituents to the backup material on this item number 24. I'll be real brief. This was a meeting that I attended on Friday, June 8th in Sacramento at the Sacramento Convention Center. I sit on the Housing Committee and Economic Development Policy Committee of the League of California Cities, and very grateful for Chairman Ed Spriggs and his leadership. The committee discussed several issues. I'll be brief. You can read all the backup material. But essentially, Senator Bloom in AB 1771, which is a planning and zoning regional housing needs assessment. The committee discussed AB 1771 in great detail. Some committee members expressed concerns with the appeals process and the elimination of the ability of two local governments to work out an alternative distribution of appealed RENA provisions. Several other committee members expressed support for AB 1771, and in particular, the committee members supported the changes to the allocation methodology. I appoint individuals to calcog.org and look up the bill tracker AB 1771. Essentially, the motion was made to oppose this legislative action unless amended. The motion carried 25-7. The amendments are as follows. Strike the section that disallows two local governments to agree to an alternative distribution of appealed housing allocations between affected local governments. That we add the language to clarify that cities will not incur new costs associated with collecting additional data, and define the aspects of low-wage job and clearly define what an improved balance between the number of low-wage jobs and the number of housing units affordable to low-wage worker means. And with that, the motion carried 25-7 as amended. All the backup is in the backup material, so I encourage residents to read some of the high points on this committee assignment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, council members, for your attendance and the updates of those conferences that you attended. Next is item number 25. This is for the City of San Bernardino Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Review Committee Local Government Partnership Program Grant Application.
Mayor, members of the council, we talked a couple minutes ago about the capital improvement budget and the significant dollars that are being invested by the city. One of the other things that we are trying to do is to capitalize on money that's available from other agencies. And so Alex is going to walk through yet another opportunity for us to accomplish some of the year goals and objectives by partnering with another agency.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. The City of San Bernardino, we received a notice from SBCTA informing us that the Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Review Committee have set aside $279,000 for the City of San Bernardino. These funds can only be used on a project that reduce motor vehicle air pollution. So we would like the council support to go after these funds. We would like, if we succeeded in getting these funds, we would like these funds to be applied to one of our projects that in the 1819 capital improvement program, which is the upgrade of the fuel station at the city yard. So that is conclude the staff presentation. I'll be happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Alex. And would this be the purchase of zero-emission vehicles?
This will be to build a CNG station at the fuel yard.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, well, I guess my understanding is we've already applied for that project in another grant program. So this is essentially providing an option should that grant not be successful, correct? Is that how I read the item?
That is correct.
Okay. But the grant is actually being written for vehicles if the first grant is in fact successful, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what kind of vehicles? There were some questions from constituents that in a perfect world we get both grants and we end up with some vehicles. What kind of vehicles? There wasn't much in the backup that discussed.
We're suggesting that is if we cannot apply it toward the fuel station is to buy a zero-emission equipment. Not vehicles, but equipment. And there's a few of them in the market that we can be used in our Public Works Department. So we'll explore that option when we get there.
Okay. All right. No, I support this. I'm glad we're going out for monies and looking at opportunities for various sources of grant funding. So I applaud this. I'd like to see more of it, so keep it up. Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, will support this. My comments are very simple. I think we need to really look through the business lens here. I understand Councilman Nickel and the zero emissions vehicles. I think the trade-off for us is that if we invest the money in the CNG fuel up station, we can then vend that, which is a better residual annuity payment for the city and our taxpayers. So that if we invest there and we can vend it and partner off and sell at a competitive rate, we make more money. The zero emission vehicles, I get it, but that's I think a byproduct. If we can get some, great, but I would really focus in on CNG, the fuel up station, That's what's going to make this city money. And ultimately, the customer is our taxpayer, so.
Our station that we have already does bring in revenue.
Sure.
This will just allow us to bring in
They'll
more.
optimize and maximize those revenue profits, so, good job. Thank you. Move for approval if you need it. I don't know if it's receive and
We have a
file.
motion. This is just a receive and file. Or are you asking for action? We have a motion. We have a second. A second. No further discussion. City Clerk.
On item 25, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 26. This is result of the email that was received in my office from Zachary Michael of the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs at the White House requesting the City of San Bernardino support for President Trump's nominee to the Supreme Court, Judge Brett Kavanaugh. On March 6, 2017, the City Council passed a resolution wherein the resolution helped to establish some of the policy when we received requests that the council may be asked to support or sign on. And the resolution is that any letter that is to be signed by a majority of the members of the City Council shall first be placed on an agenda for a regularly scheduled or special meeting of the Mayor and City Council and be approved in open session prior to being distributed. So the action taken by the City Manager was merely in compliance with the resolution that had been previously passed. City Manager?
I do have some additional comments because I actually want to step back a little bit from the letter. The city and the community came together and you adopted a new charter with a new council manager form of government. And certainly that changes the roles, and we're all adjusting to our new roles. Certainly the staff, that has changed the way the staff operates with one another. They've tended to operate in silos, and some of that was created from the political dynamic and the lack of accountability and the confusing lines of authority. But you had a community that stepped up and said, we want a new charter. From that, we've been undergoing, and I credit the council with coming together and having a whole series of strategic planning sessions. And there were a lot of discussions that had to be had at those strategic planning meetings that were tough to have. Because you've had to look at new ways of doing business, you've looked at things and had discussions that, in the past maybe went undiscussed and certainly were unvetted. But from that, you've adopted various goals and policies. You changed your operating paradigm, a new vision that now we're able to take and communicate throughout the organization. And the council has set forth a very clear set of expectations with respect to what you want us to achieve over the next year and even beyond that, and the vision that you have for this community. We're trying to enhance the communication through newsletters, through social media, getting the good information out. And I appreciated the comments from some of the speakers tonight about things that we need to do to recognize our employees, because we have a lot of employees, as I've now walked through the organization and spoken to so many people about the work that the council's been doing, which is not easy work, because in many respects it's easier to funnel requests for potholes and things. It's really harder work to actually have those very tough discussions about fire services and how you implement those new technologies and whether CNG is a better option for us than purchasing vehicles. Those are tough things, and allocating the limited resources that you have. But again, I think the council is to be commended for that, and I think the staff members were proud to hear what the work that the council has done, and I think we're beginning to embrace that new operating paradigm that you have for them. Really, the next series of things, I've talked about it a couple times, is we need to have good policies, and certainly the one that the mayor quoted from is a policy that was adopted by the mayor and city council to guide your interactions. You also adopted a legislative platform, so now when the staff receives requests about pieces of legislation, I can look to the platform and determine, is that consistent with what the council's expectations are, and should we support it or not, and then when we don't have clear guidance, provide those to you. But it is not my role to take correspondence or requests that were directed to the elected officials within this organization, even though I have personal opinions about the layers of government and the role of local government. I mean, there's a reason why I work for the cities and the city of San Bernardino, and I don't work at the state and federal governments, because we should be dealing with quality of life issues, we should be dealing with the potholes, the trash services, making sure people have good response times. That is our role. But, and certainly, I choose to be in this level of government because I believe in that. And I don't know that I would be effective at other levels of government, but it is not my role that when I receive a request to round file it, because the request was directed at you. Now, I certainly have some recommendations for you. I think we have our obligations to our community, and there are some things that I don't know are within the purview of this government agency, but that's a policy that I need you to set. So we've talked about this. We talked at the last meeting about it, that we need to have another strategic planning session. I know we're working to get that on calendar, where we're going to talk about policies. And it's not just this one. The staff needs guidance with respect to a whole host of things, again, with this change, so that we operate in our role and that you're able to operate within your role and not have staff impede on that. So again, this came to my attention. It's one of those things that I didn't feel comfortable not at least exposing you to and letting you provide direction as to whether you want to do nothing, whether you want to send a letter or not, and again, provide that direction to me.
Councilman Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrea, you've covered it very well. It was said earlier, I think there was implication that we, should not, or we should maybe discuss these things and not get them to when we can't do that. I think the public needs to understand that this is where we discuss things, and we want to hear from the public. We have heard from them. I'm happy to say that when I saw the item, I immediately thought it was an item. I question it even being on the agenda, but it makes sense to be on the agenda so that it can be discussed and can be done openly. The Brown Act requires that we discuss those things openly. I do not support supporting this. I don't support tabling it. I support doing nothing about it. This is a nonpartisan body that we sit on. That is obviously a very divisive and a partisan issue. And we need to be paying attention to what's going on here. We've got state and federal legislators that deal with those issues. We've got plenty to deal with here. So again, when I saw it immediately, I thought, this is a real can of worms. Why would we get involved in something like this? Because it's just not our purview or where we should be dealing with it. So I don't know exactly if it's discuss and take discussion. My motion would be that we do nothing and that we just eliminate this from the discussion, but make a good, clear understanding to the public that these kinds of things may come forward again, and we may have this discussion again, but we'll choose to do what's best for our community. And in this case, we're not going to get involved. Second. Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I had indicated the fact that this is a nonpartisan position, and so obviously we're not going to take any kind of position on some sort of an issue, and not just nonpartisan. That's the federal level. We're dealing with local government here, and as far as the concerns about having this on the agenda, well, it does open it to open discussion. I mean, that's what we're here all about, and so. Tonight we heard from a number of people that we really don't usually hear from, which I think is great. So I think for a number of reasons, I really support what Councilman Charette has proposed. We really don't need to get involved with it. Thank you.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and I agree. I think this is something that I think staff did their job. So thank you. I think this is exactly what I would expect from staff, is not for staff to make a unilateral decision on what gets considered, what does not get considered. We are the legislative body elected by the residents of the city, and our job is to take under consideration these types of matters. I gave a presentation on the League of Cities Committee. We're consistently asked to take positions on propositions, on pieces of legislation that aren't the direct purview of the city, but certainly affect the city. And I think it would be we have an obligation to ensure that if something affects our government and our residents, that we discuss what effect that may have and whether or not we should or should not take a position. Insofar as this matter is concerned, I think that it is significantly distant from the work that we do here. But I would hope that staff, if and when you receive this type of correspondence, be it from our state or from our federal counterparts, that you bring it to this body, because we have been elected to deliberate and discuss that. So thank you for bringing this forward. I support the motion on the floor. I think it is something that we don't have to support at the council level. But I do appreciate the consideration, both from the White House. I think it's appropriate that if and when we are approached, we take it up, discuss it, and take appropriate action. So I will support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to, I surely understand the community and them being upset, especially with me being an African-American woman of color, sitting up here and listening to what was being proposed to us. But I'm thankful that you made it clear and you explained what was going on. We do have to bring these things to us. I mean, it's like damned if we do and damned if we don't. I mean, when we signed the letter in the beginning, my God, we got attacked. And so now we bring another letter that we got, and then we're still getting attacked. So I just ask the community to please, when you guys read the agenda, understand that this is not something that the council is just approving. This is just getting information out to the community, and I think that this is something that everybody needs to know. You need to know when we receive these type of letters, when we receive these emails. So I thank the staff, and I thank everybody, and I also support this motion.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, and I would just note, that in terms of the backup, that is really all we had from them. I mean, that's what we received from them, and that's why we included the whole request to them. And going to the points, you wouldn't trust a city manager that doesn't bring, if you don't want me to make those unilateral decisions, because those are not, it's within my purview to deal with the employees, it's within my purview to operate within the budget that you've provided to me, it's within my purview to make sure we complete the CIP projects and those things, but it is not in my purview to go through your mail and to not bring it forward to you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, support my colleagues on this. This item immediately generated a lot of interest in the First Ward, and they normally don't call me, but they did on this particular item. I just feel it is not appropriate for us as a legislative body to get involved. Personally, I would like to see more CIP projects completed. Police response times, the quality of life team doing their job, the San Bernardino military banner program being successful. These are the things that I'm really interested in. And I would tell my constituents, I'm not U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein or Kamala Harris. I'm not. I'm just a councilwoman in the First Ward representing the city of San Bernardino. But we will get items like this on occasion, and you're more than welcome to call me if you have any questions. But I do thank the staff because they brought it forward. I asked for some more backup because I was in the impression that other municipalities had the same request. I don't think that happened. Plus, when Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch was appointed 2-3 years ago, we were not contacted then. So there were a lot of questions that I had, but I am not supporting this item. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask the city manager, you alluded to the agenda item and the topic or the suggestion was made by the public comments, and certainly appreciate our public speakers on this. Thank you very much for your expressed will and overt regards on this particular matter. The item is of concern to me when the item is not clear, and so can you maybe help us understand what happened, what transpired, and why isn't there more detail on item number 26?
Well, because literally it was just a request that came in, and then they forwarded this back up.
Okay.
So, I mean, it
I just want to
really
encourage our staff to, when we prepare the document, I mean, I think there's some validity here that we need to at least allow the public what is the topic at hand? I think we do a good job, but I think there's room for improvement here on this
I
particular
understand,
item.
but they asked for it immediately, and it was literally on the day the agenda was being prepared. This was literally all the information we received, and so we tried to be as clear. The request was, and who it was from, Zachary Michael, requesting the city of San Bernardino's support of the nominee to the Supreme Court, and that was really all we had. Yeah.
And
that is all the information.
And that's fine. We could next time maybe add that to the calendar, or add that so that there's more meat on the bone. Is
It's
my
in the agenda item.
well, but the issue is the notice to the public is what they read.
And unless the city clerk tells me otherwise,
So-
I think the entire agenda item was in the packet, though, with all my language. Okay, yes.
Well, it is my assessment that it's cryptic and it's vague. So let's add a little bit more detail on it so that way the public knows what exactly is being agendized. The other issue is the manner in which agenda items reach the council, and I think that's in my email to you offline was we need to have and establish some protocols on as to how we agendize an item, and so this certainly helps you do your job and us do our job. It also allows the outlet for a council member to agendize an item and for it to be, discussed here in the public. I know that we at one time were practicing the opportunity to agendize something or refer to council committees. That needs to be studied again because we've eviscerated a lot of our council committees, and so we need a good policy memo from you or direction from the council in workshop mode as to how we agendize these items. Now, on the actual item, our city, I represent both Republicans and Democrats, and I'm proud that democracy certainly has that priority. My priority is to represent all individuals in our community, not just a certain party. And this is certainly a partisan issue. I'll support the floor motion, and I appreciate Councilman Charette on this particular matter. We have no business in opining here on this particular issue. Our community needs to be united and not divided. This would divide our community even more. And so I'd also like to encourage that we issue a letter stating the rationale as to why we're not going to get involved. So if there's no objection, I think that the council can authorize the city manager to enumerate that via letter form, saying as to the rationale of non-support.
Yeah, I mean, as long as that's the consensus, that's the reason why, again, I said review, discuss, and provide direction, so.
The motion
again,
is not non-support.
Of non-support. So.
The motion is to do
is
nothing.
Yeah.
It's not a motion of non-support.
Well, and my clarifying it, if it's okay with the Councilman Charette.
It really isn't. We're just going to do nothing.
Okay, all right. So keep the White House guessing, and that's okay.
Let 'em.
But I think it goes a step further. It clarifies the position of the city that we're not taking a position on this.
So I just want.
Let me jump in here. So, Councilman Charette, your motion was for us to not take any action
Yeah,
on
sure.
this. We're not taking a position on it.
We're not taking a position at all.
But
So
are you
we
suggesting that we not inform the White House that
I'm
we're,
suggesting we do nothing.
that we take no action?
Right. Yeah.
We ignore the request?
Right.
Okay.
They'll get the message. Maybe.
All right.
Call the question.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah. Why add more work to the issue?
City Clerk?
On item 26, the motion was to do nothing.
And I made the motion.
It was made by Mr. Charette, it was seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passed 6-0.
We can't screw that one up, can we?
7-0. It was 7-0. I do apologize.
Thank you. Next is item number 27. This is to review and discuss the charter and San Marino City Code policies and procedures to guide conduct and reinforce accountability and provide direction to staff.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, even though I realize this is not my agenda item, but if I may start, this is another example of a policy, and that's why I think it's critical. We talked at the last meeting that really kind of the next step was discussing those policies. I really think that we need to have that discussion sooner than later, and so we will be contacting you again. We have some dates on our end that are available, but we'd like to do that in early August at the latest. I wanted late June, but that might be difficult given the timing. But again, this is yet another thing because late July, sorry. I don't know why I'm off by an entire
Late
month.
June 19 would work.
I know. I did that the other day too. I know. But anyway, I mean July or August, because again, there are a whole host of policies that many communities have that guide things like how agenda items get on the agenda, because I do know council has business that it would like to discuss. You have reports that you're making and things, but this is one of many policies that I think would be helpful. How do things actually get agendized? So.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, sir. I am bringing this agenda item forward along with my colleague, Councilmember Mavahill, so then we can start having a very frank and candid discussion regarding transparency and accountability. This is a good time, a good opportunity for discussion because of our transition to a city council, city manager form of government, which is a work in progress. As a legislative body, we hold our city employees and our city manager to the highest of standards. Yet, there is no process in place to hold ourselves accountable as elected officials. I feel that we need the creation of policies that clearly identify how potential violations should be reported in the event that one of us does not comply with the code of conduct, as opposed to having a discussion at a workshop. And over the weekend, we were provided with many source documents, which include the following: the city charter, ordinance number 1438, repealing and replacing chapter 2.58 of our Muni Code establishing the code of conduct, resolution 2010-252 establishing a code of conduct, and resolution 2015-71 establishing the practices of good governance. These source documents are insignificant and have no substance if we cannot take corrective action and continue to allow recurring negative behavior to go on. I bring all of this up during this particular council meeting because one of our council member colleagues, Councilmember Valdivia, has been violating our code of conduct since taking office. Councilmember Valdivia most recently violated the code of conduct when he spoke before the joint informational hearing of the Assembly Committees on Local Government and Revenue and Taxation on June 13th. He appeared as an initiative proponent representing the city of San Bernardino without our consent, without our knowledge. And he continues to ignore the chain of command and directly instructs city staff on how and when to do their jobs, often impeding the council's goals and bypassing the city manager altogether. Having said all of that, we need policies on the following: establish a policy that identifies potential violations that will be used for reporting purposes and the process that will be used for looking into the allegations and possible sanctions. Potential sanctions for Councilmember Valdivia for his recurring behavior. And I believe this last one that I'm requesting has already been briefly discussed. The need to establish a policy for the purpose of placing an item on the agenda brought forward by an elected official. And just as a side note to my colleagues, the world is watching this council meeting. Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Thank you, Mayor. The code of conduct, I think, is filled with a lot of very common sense directives in terms of the relationships between council members and meetings and relationship between council members and the city manager, council member and staff and so forth. And I think for most of us, it's acceptable without any kind of recourse for establishing a way of identifying violations. But unfortunately, sometimes individuals don't take the written word as being directives and as common sense relationships among individuals. And so there is a need to establish some sort of a procedure to, number one, as Councilwoman Marquez indicated, to take indications that violations have taken place, investigate them, find out what the issues happen to be, and to make a presentation about them. And so what I would like to do is to move that we direct the city manager to do a survey of other jurisdictions on how they handle the issues of violations of codes of conduct. And I leave that. Look for a second.
I will second that.
Councilmember Richard.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe last meeting we moved to discuss this in a different type of setting. I appreciate my colleagues here and I respect you guys, but I believe that a lot of us probably represent the city. If we're at a meeting, we represent the city. And I watched the video that you guys are referring to, and Mr. Valdivia said he was a council member from the city of San Bernardino. He didn't say, I'm a council member representing the city of San Bernardino. He just simply stated his title. Now, I think that with all of the issues that we have here, again, we talked about potholes and everything else and the importance. I think that we could be discussing more important things. If you guys want the city manager to direct us, okay, that's fine, but I think that we're in the wrong setting. And like it was said, that the world is watching. The world is watching, and San Bernardino needs to stop airing their dirty laundry. We need to be transparent indeed, but some things are just better left out. If this is a election year, we know that Mr. Valdivia is running for mayor. And it seems as though it may kind of be a personal attack. And I think that those type of things need to stop. And I just say let's leave those type of things out of here. Let's go back to having the workshop that we discussed in the last meeting. And that's just how I feel. And I think I discussed this with Ms. Marquez a while back, that I felt like this is something that we need to discuss someplace else and not in the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect, there's nobody at the city that can police ourselves except ourselves, and it has to be done publicly. I think the discussion here tonight is to take it. I don't think there's any action to be taken in terms of any kind of censure or any kind of punishment or any kind of discussion from that perspective. But we don't have good, solid policies in place and procedures on how we get on committees. I made a note here just earlier about Mr. Valdivia. He indicated that he sits on the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee, and that's probably fine. I was unaware of that until he just mentioned it, and I'm questioning, okay, so he's up at the League of Cities sitting on that policy or that committee, but is he representing my views or my constituents' views or the city views? And I don't have any doubt that he's capable of doing that, but I think it's important that we collectively work together and communicate. Thanks to the Brown Act, we have to do it here publicly. So this isn't airing our laundry. This is doing what we're required to do by law to discuss these kinds of issues. And we can't let anybody on this dais, go without being held accountable for their actions if they violate an ordinance or a rule or something that we've put in place. It has to come before us, and we can do it. I didn't quite understand when it was something said a minute ago about we can let the city manager direct us. We are the policy makers, and we direct ourselves, and we direct the city manager to direct staff. Maybe I misunderstood. You're wanting to clarify or something?
Well,
so.
I think what I took his request to be was that he was seeking to direct the city manager to survey other cities.
I think Ms. Richard said something about, well, we can let the city manager direct us, but we shouldn't be
Right.
That's what I thought I heard.
And what I
Something
just
along
did
those
was
lines.
repeated what Mr. Mulvihill said, but one of the things that you said, we can only govern ourselves, or we can only, whatever you said, sir. But we also
Excuse me.
agreed last meeting
Well,
that.
no, I'm
We
not
agreed
really.
in the last meeting that we
Councilman
would
Bouchard.
discuss this
Councilman Bouchard,
in a workshop, did we
You're out
not?
of order. Councilman Schmidt has the floor.
Along those lines, I don't think we did indicate that we were going to have a workshop to discuss the policies and procedures and those things that need to be dealt with. This apparently has been brought by a colleague with some specific accusations or concerns about a colleague here. And I'm just simply saying that we need to have a procedure and a protocol in place so that we can police ourselves and do it in an effective, open way. And I'm not suggesting that we air our laundry. Unfortunately, though, we are on TV the first and third Wednesdays of every month. And that's what we do when we get into politics or get into public service. We become we're exposed, and we're out here, and we can't cover up. It's incumbent on us to, as I say, police ourselves. And so I'm supportive of what we're trying to do tonight. I think what Mr. Mulvihill suggested was that we direct the city manager to come back with whatever it was that you said, some studies, and we'll do this in a workshop. And the workshops, by the way, are all posted. They're public meetings. You can fill the room that we're having our workshop in, wherever that room might be. It is posted. It is available. Unfortunately, sometimes it's done during a work day or during the work hours, and so everybody can't be there. But we encourage engagement from the community and to be here and to talk to us, just like you have done tonight on the earlier item that we heard you on. I think we had already made up our mind, and we're in favor of what you all were presenting and proposing. So, but these kinds of things we need to be able to talk about openly and honestly, and then take action from there. So I'll support the motion going forward.
Councilmember Nichol.
Yeah, and I'm all for ensuring we have clear policies and that we know what the guidelines are and the rules and so forth. I think what troubles me is I have respect for all my colleagues, even when I disagree with you, which is fairly frequently. But I respect you as people, and I don't think it's appropriate to attack each other in a public forum several months before an election. I don't know what the formal interpretation is of what constitutes a personnel matter, but I do know each and every one of us receive compensation. We receive benefits related to our service, and I do think that, at least in my mind, each one of my colleagues, these 8 elected officials on this dais, are personnel. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to be discussing matters in open session. I would prefer that if there is an issue with any member, that perhaps we have that conversation in a closed session setting, especially given the proximity to an election. I'm not comfortable. And I'll be honest, what I'm saying is not my words. These are the words of my constituents. They're very concerned about this discussion that we're having right now, and the fact that we do have an election coming up. I'm uncomfortable. I think this is a matter that requires us to have a conversation about what's the appropriate policy, what are the rules. I'm all for that, 100%. But when it comes to attacking a colleague on this dais in a public session, I'm not comfortable. And I would prefer that as we think about how we address these types of matters, we all mess up now and then. We all do things we regret. Should that mean we're going to be dragged through a public session on television and be blasted for the fact that maybe we did something outside the lines. I don't know. But I just think perhaps when we think about this, let's think about how we can have these discussions in a way that's civil, that maintains the civility of this council, and respects the public and the job that we have to do. It's a tough job. It's not easy sitting up here and dealing with the fact we have to deal with criticism all the time. I don't feel comfortable with us criticizing each other at the dais too. I think that's when we start reverting back to the type of behavior and the type of culture that I think many of my constituents asked when I got elected that we correct. So that's all the comment I have. Thank
If I could, Mr. Mayor, before you go on to the next question, certainly I want Jelena to respond, because there are times when members can do things in closed session. There are other times that you can't. And I think to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, I think there are ways to craft, though, the policy so that there's a process in place that makes sure that it's done in a way that you all are comfortable with, that accomplishes, and again, establishes, because we are all going to make mistakes. I mean, especially as we transition roles, but I think there's ways to craft a policy that then can be implemented and maybe avoid all the ongoing dialogue about it. But I do think it's important that the City Attorney's Office at least provides some clarification as to closed session versus open session.
I can. Under the Brown Act, council members aren't an exception under the personnel exception that can be discussed in closed session. If there's an issue with council members, it has to be done in open session. However, it does need to be properly agendized. This item didn't agendize a specific person's conduct, so I think that I just want to caution you to stick to the policies and procedures issue and not discuss specific conduct at this point.
Councilman Overhill.
Yeah, and again, just let me underline what my intent is that we don't have any policies and procedures with regard to enforcing the code of conduct. And so what I'm saying is that, and what we're seconded, is the fact that to direct the city manager, which I think is very appropriate, to survey other jurisdictions to see what policies and procedures they've developed. And I think that we've heard enough about criticisms and so forth that I think, and we can do this in the context of a further workshop in terms of just sort of digesting what the alternatives happen to be, and to come up with a set of rules that fit our particular situation. And so I guess I just like to move the issue and get ahead of this and be done with it.
Not quite yet.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Marquez, I appreciate you bringing this to the public's attention. I wish that you had corresponded with me personally regarding this. I think that the better option would have contacted me personally, discussed it with me, shared your concerns with me directly. So I'm a little disappointed that you took this process. Secondly, the way and manner in which this was agendized, Ms. City Manager, you should know better as well. We had some discussion over the weekend regarding this. Completely unacceptable on your part. Completely unacceptable. You aided and abetted and condoned this agenda item coming before this council. Again, another divided issue here in this community. It's unacceptable. Third, this council, without objection, suggested the issue was brought before us June 20th. At about 12 midnight, we had a very long legislative docket before us. And I believe that there's no good policy making after 10 p.m., frankly. And so I encourage the council to move this matter to the July 5th meeting for discussion, at which time there was an administrative pull, in my words, by the city attorney at the prompting of the city manager. We then suggested that there be discussion on this at a public setting in public workshop mode in the month of August or September, depending on the calendar dates. This item, for it to appear back before our council, really does us no good and no benefit. The actual egregious behavior by Councilmember Marquez to agendize this again after Ms. City Manager received direction without objection to hold a hearing or agendize this matter in the month of August and September, I think that's a violation. But having said that, my comments made in Sacramento, there was no law broken. This was a private trip. There was no remuneration, no expenses, no receipts. There was no taxpayer dollars. I'm sorry, Mr. Charette. You've had, Mr. Charette, please.
Okay. City Attorney, do you want to rule, please?
So,
this item was agendized very generally. It went beyond, it was not supposed to be a discussion about any particular incident, about any particular case or anything that had occurred. But my reading of the agendized item was that it was generally to talk about how we're going to approach the policies and have a discussion about where we're going to go from here. Not agendized to talk about specific accusations about anything, any particulars, but was supposed to be. Now, the problem is that it's agendized very generally, and so sometimes it's hard to draw a line, but I think we have gone beyond the line. I think the line was passed when we got to specific allegations regarding specific council people. We went beyond what the agendized item
then,
was.
Mr. City Attorney, why didn't you stop Ms. Marquez?
In retrospect, I probably should have. Like I said, it's drawn broadly. It should not have been a discussion about any particular incident. The reason I've let you have your discussion is because I believed it was appropriate for you to have an opportunity.
Thank you,
to
sir.
respond.
And the Brown Act affords me
But
a response mechanism to any allegation made.
I think we have that's why I've allowed you to
Thank
go
you, sir.
ahead. But I think
I'll
we should
finish
draw
it with
the
this.
line, and that discussion is there again because it's very generally agendized, and I think we've gone beyond. Sometimes the line is not clear. It's somewhat fuzzy when we go beyond what the agendized item is. In this case, I think we have now given you an opportunity to respond.
Well,
because
if
specific
I may,
allegations have
sure,
been
that's
made.
fine. I appreciate
So, City
that.
Attorney, what's your
Point of
direction
order,
at
Mayor.
this time?
I'd like to finish my statement.
We'll let the City Attorney rule, please. What, as far as this?
I'm letting Councilman Valdivia respond because, but I think we should draw the line there.
That's
There
fine.
should be no further discussion of any particular.
Give me this closing statement. The allegation was made, and I'm responding to it. Brown Act provides elected officials a response mechanism to an allegation. There was nothing illegal. There was no impropriety. No San Bernardino tax dollars were expended on this trip. Thank you.
But I want to make sure that we have direction. So we're going to survey other cities on 3 policies. Policies related to enforcing codes of conduct, including what the investigation system is, how it's brought forward. Policies related to how items are agendized, because it's very difficult to manage the agenda process as things are being given to us in some cases, the last minute. And then one other policy, how council members get on committees at the league. Are there other policies that you'd like us to research? You know, what other policies do you have?
I wouldn't limit, excuse me, through the chair, I wouldn't limit it, I think I said about the league, because there happened to be one tonight, but I think in general, committees.
So any representation?
Representation beyond this dais by one of our colleagues.
Okay.
And that we should probably be approving that colleague to go to that meeting or to go to that event and give them direction as to what our position is.
Okay.
So I think we.
If I can, I'm sorry, through the chair, and it does need. I have done this many, many times, that I've been put in a position at a meeting, and I specifically say to the public, I am not here as a council member. I am here to listen and to maybe give my input, but it's a personal opinion. I am not representing the city. And I think it's very easy to rectify any of these problems, is that if we're at one of those types of meetings, we make it extremely clear that we are not here representing the city. I happen to be a city councilman in the city of San Bernardino, but I'm not here representing that body. I'm here on behalf of myself or my constituents.
If I may, I think we're getting into the particulars that I think are problematic with respect to this agendized item. Was agendized very generally. The purpose is to let's look at those policies in general and not talk about specific policies at this point in time, but how all of the policies are going to be addressed at a future date. That's what's agendized, and that's what should be the discussion.
Yeah, but there's an item included in the agenda that I don't think has been addressed for this item, item number 27. We spoke about it previously, but that's under the discussion. It says, for instance, other cities have written policies that address matters such as the process for elected officials to agendize items for the mayor and city. And so
I added that one.
You have that piece
I
of it
added
in
that
there.
one, yeah. And then I'm going to expand the other one to anytime the city represents the mayor or city council in any committee. So we'll survey on those three policies.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
We have a second?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion?
On item 27, the motion was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes. Hold on just a second. 5-2, with council members Barrios and Valdivia voting no. Would you like me to reiterate what the motion is?
No. We've already voted on it.
Yeah.
It's a 5-2. All right, with Councilmember Barrios? Voting no. All right. It's 8 o'clock. We will take a 15-minute break. Is item number 28. This is to review and consider all evidence presented at the public hearing and the information provided in this report, and as presented at the hearing, and either grant or deny the Pepe Towing Services appeal. This public hearing is now open, and all of those who wish to speak on this item, please stand and be sworn in. City Clerk. Thank you. Ask each of the council members if they have had any communications that need to be disclosed at this time under Rule number 6 related to quasi-judicial hearings.
Yes, I've had a meeting and I had a talk with Pepe's Towing.
Yes, this has been a perennial issue since I've been on the council. I've talked with multiple parties on both sides of this issue, and so yes, I have had communications.
If I can interrupt at this point, if you've had communications, you need to state what those communications are, not that you've just had them.
Yeah, everything ranging from the reauthorization we had, I think in Legislative Review Committee, we had a number of discussions with multiple parties associated with this item. I mean, I don't want to get into too many of the gory details, but I've been personally attacked, I've been intimidated, I've been threatened, and I would just like to say that I hope we can get to some resolution on this in a way that hopefully is amenable to all the parties.
Specifically, what
I
think you've done fine. I'm not.
I am not going to get into discussions about the threats and intimidation
No.
tactics and the specific things that have been said to me over the course of the last 4+ years related to this item. I would be happy to submit those in writing to the city attorney's office. I think I have done so on a number of occasions already, and no action has been taken. So I think they are already part of the official record. And there should be a file in the city attorney's office related to allegations that have been made against me by certain parties associated with this matter. And personally, I think it would be inappropriate on a number of different fronts for me to repeat what has been said.
I'm not asking you to. I was just trying to convey to you that what we need to know is anything that.
Yeah, I did submit in writing. The city attorney's office will have
Anything
this.
that will affect your decision that you've heard outside of this hearing needs to be
Yes,
disclosed.
much has been said over the course of many years that would probably take the better course of more than one meeting to discuss. I certainly can set aside what has been alleged against me. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Councilman Nichols brought up the Legislative Review Committee, what, about 2015?
17.
No, it wasn't 17. It was not in 17. Probably 2015, in which this issue was brought up. But talk about ex parte discussions. No, there hasn't been anything outside of that one particular committee meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Bashar, did you have something?
And the conversations that I've had, I can put them aside, and it will not sway my decision one way or the other.
Councilmember Charette.
Mayor, I, like the others, have been in touch with a number of people in the parties. I don't specifically remember exactly which ones or what times, but I can tell you that any conversation I had was very minimal and kept to very general conversation about, yes, there's an item coming up and that, and this will, any conversation I've had in the past or I can't remember if I was on a legislative review then or not, but this has been an ongoing issue, but it will not impact how I would vote on this item tonight. This is not going to have a problem for me. My 460s show any funding that I've received, which I have, and that's all transparent, and, but I will have no problem dealing with this issue tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, have had interactions, conversations with multiple tow carriers in the community, including Pepe's Towing, and had conversations with both parties regarding the very sensitive nature, including their passionate plea on their particular interests and their scope of service to our community. These conversations, correspondence, any emails will not have an impact. I will continue to remain impartial. I will hear tonight's testimony and make my decision upon the presentation tonight.
Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. I too have conversations with some of the people of the tow community, and but it will not affect my decisions tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
I have not had any conversations with anybody, and I'm proud of that.
Thank you.
Not in the city. Where did you have it towed?
Bringing the issue back to order, I have had some communications with a couple of the tow drivers on both sides of the issue. I don't recall the specific nature of some of those discussions, but in the deliberation of this discussion this evening, I will be objective, and those previous discussions will not sway any decision that I make in this regard. Thank you. Next, we'll ask the city manager to bring forward the issue.
Mayor, members of the council, we have really just a brief presentation. As you're aware, this is an item that has come up multiple times. There have been multiple continuances, both are all mutually agreed upon between the city and the individual bringing the appeal. We're recommending this evening that you take all the testimony. There are a variety of issues. We're going to focus on those things that were the subject of the appeal, but we're recommending this evening that you take all the testimony that will be presented by the parties and either grant or deny Pepe Towing Services appeal. And we do have one of our captains, Paul Williams, who deals with this. He can walk through the issues if you'd like to hear from the appellant first, but
We'll take Officer Williams' testimony first.
Captain Williams.
He
just
Captain.
demoted you.
He's still an officer.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start back on August 23rd of 2017. Pepe's Towing sent a letter requesting to be added to the tow service agreement, also known as the TSA, and placed into the rotational tow services. This request was denied by city manager as the TSA only allowed for 6 tow carriers at that time based upon population, and a vacancy did not exist. Additionally, the letter listed claims relating to the existing tow carriers and non-compliance with the requirements set forth in Resolution 2011-80 and 2016-73. On November 13th of 2017, the city was served with a notice of appeal from Pepe's Towing Service pursuant to Municipal Code 2.64. On November 27th, the city was served with an amended appeal pursuant to Municipal Code 2.64. This amended appeal expanded the first appeal, where it also now included the denial of the request to be added, and the denial letter from the City Attorney's Office dated October 19th, 2017. The amended appeal argued that the city refused to investigate claims that the tow carriers on the TSA were non-compliant with the requirements of the contract, and the city refused to make a determination that a vacancy existed on the tow rotation. The police department conducted inspections of all 6 tow carriers. Requirements of the TSA were documented, and items that were non-compliant were presented to each carrier with a time frame for cure of those items. This time frame for cure of the items that were considered non-compliant is still active, and is still active within the time granted to correct the issues. Several of those items are cost neutral, while others carry a considerable cost to the tow carrier. The TSA also has disciplinary actions available written into the TSA, and those discipline actions will be used if compliance is not met. On March 7th of 2018, Resolution 2018-65 authorized the city manager to initiate action to establish an additional tow carrier based upon population density. We were at 216,000 and some change, which put us into the next 35,000 population requirement. So following the adoption of Resolution 2018-65, a formal bid process was initiated and completed. 2 tow carriers submitted bids, one of which was Pepe's Towing Service. On March 19th of 2018, Pepe's Towing Service signed as acceptable the terms of the requirements set forth in the RFP. These terms are the requirements set forth in the TSA Exhibit A. The San Bernardino Police Department Traffic Unit conducted an inspection at the Pepe's Towing Facility on March 27th and 28th. The lot size was found to be 39,834 square feet. That is 25,166 square feet below the required set forth limit in the RFP and the TSA. The second bidder did not meet the requirements and has not appealed the denial. On April 11th of 2018, Pepe's Towing was contacted by me to determine if there were mitigating and or missing issues as to why the minimum requirements were not met. Pepe's Towing informed the city that they would seek a secondary lot to meet the requirement. On April 13th, Pepe's Towing informed the city that they did not obtain the secondary location. On April 16th, Pepe's Towing was mailed a disqualification letter and provided 5 days to reply. On April 20th, within the 5-day limit, I received a call from Pepe's Towing regarding a second lot on Waterman Avenue and a possible location on East 9th Street. The police department conducted an inspection of the lot on East 9th and found the lot size added to the main location met the requirements of the RFP and the TSA. However, there would be additional needed items to bring that lot up to all the requirements of the TSA. On May 21st, Pepe's Towing informed the city that the second lot had not been obtained. On May 1st of 2018, the city was served with a notice of second amended appeal pursuant to Municipal Code Section 2.64. The second amended appeal argued the items in the previous appeal and basis of the city's manager, the manager and the city manager or city attorney refusal, and 5 items as whole. Item number 1, refused to investigate the allegations submitted in the letter of October 20, 2017, including each of the attachments thereto. We did do inspections, have conducted inspections. Non-compliant items are being addressed. The time frame given for that correction is still active, and there are disciplinary actions written into the TSA which will be taken if needed. Item number 2, refused to make a determination that one or more vacancies existed on the TRL, the tow rotation list. That was done when the fact that there was only 6 allowed. We observed that the population had risen. We did the resolution or the request for bid for 7th carrier. It was granted. It went out for bid. Item number 3, denied Pepe's request to be placed on the TRL. Pepe's did not meet the requirements of the RFP and the TSA, therefore the request was denied. Number 4, denied Pepe's request to be placed on the tow rotation a second time due to lack of required square footage. That's correct. They did not meet the requirements set forth in Appendix A of the RFP and the TSA, which required a minimum 65,000 square feet of outside storage space. And they failed to obtain a secondary lot to meet the requirement. And item number 5 is the 65,000 square foot requirement. The 65,000 square foot requirement of outside storage space was negotiated with the tow carriers in resolution number 2011-80 and 2016-65. In order to change this requirement, the city would have to get the consent of each of the 6 existing tow carriers. It is a binding contract, and this contract terminates on April 4th, 2021. So as for the conclusion, It is recommended that the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino either grant or deny the appeal presented by Pepe's Towing after this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, council? If not, well then I'll ask the appellant representative for Pepe's Towing to come forward. You have 15 minutes to make your presentation.
My name is Michael Schaefer. My name is Michael Schaefer. My address is 215 North D Street, San Bernardino, California. I'm here representing Pepe's Towing. I would like to tell the council that in preparation for this hearing, I've spent many hours studying the history of towing in San Bernardino. I've read and reviewed every city council towing resolution, every letter, every inspection report, almost every piece of paper. At my direction, Pepe's has photographed the existing tow yards to document their condition. I've commissioned studies on the size and capacity of the existing lots. This material is here, but I'm giving to the city clerk and ask her to add to the administrative record of this case. I'm also handing the administrative clerk a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that I have, and I ask that that be put in the administrative record. This story started back in 1955 with City Council Resolution 1995-241 setting standards for tow yards. It states each tower shall have a lot capable of storing 200 cars. We've had that standard since 1995, and it's never been a problem. That standard was in effect for 10 years until City Resolution 2005-286, which said that any new tower needs to have a 65,000 square foot lot. All the existing towers were grandfathered in and could keep their sub 65,000 square foot outside storage lots. The smaller tow yards had done just fine for 10 years, and everybody thought because we had grandfathered the existing carriers in, we were going to continue to do fine, and that's exactly what happened. So why did we have a 65,000 square foot requirement? Because it cuts out the competition. No tow carrier can afford to have a lot that big. That's an acre and a half. There's not a single lot in this city, including all the existing tow carriers, that are 65,000 square feet. This is exactly why we're here tonight, because the city, for the first time since 2005, has opted to add another carrier. And my client, Pepe's Tow, applied for it. And the reason that Pepe's didn't get it, you don't have a 65,000 square foot lot. Well, nobody has one. I commissioned a study of the size based on a topographic that was approved by a surveyor. Wilson Towing, 47,600 feet. Hayes Towing, 44,198 square feet. City Towing, 31,575. Danny's Towing, 34,704. How many cars can we put on the lot? We did that study too, by drawing them in. Wilson, 231 cars. Hayes, 246. City, 139 under the 200 standard. Danny's, 164. Pepe's can put 250 cars on its lot. It's interesting to note, we asked the police department, maybe they can verify this. How many cars do you tow in a year? They said the most we've ever towed is 4,600. We normally are around 3,500. Taking 4,600 tows divided by 6, that's 766 tows per year per tower. 64 per month per tower. You have 6 tow yards that can average 200 cars. That's 1,200 places for 766 monthly tows. That's why you've never heard there's a problem with lack of tow space. Pepe's is being held to a standard to which the existing towers have never been held. We brought this up to the city attorney and the city manager, and we were told the existing towers don't have to meet that standard. They were grandfathered in. Read the resolution in 2005. I did read it. And as a matter of fact, there's a letter from the city attorney's office that I put on the screen here saying just that. The existing towers are grandfathered in. The city attorney is dead wrong. The city attorney didn't read Resolution 2011-91, which specifically repeals the grandfathering. And if you read the contracts with the existing towers, which I have done, each and every one of those contracts says existing towers, you need a 65,000 square foot outside storage lot. Not one of them has. Not one of them hasn't since that contract was signed in 2011. But the plan's working. We can't get any competition in here because any new body needs a 65,000 square foot lot. Hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for the existing towers is good for Pepe's. Or as a lawyer might say, there's no rational relationship between the 65,000 square foot yard requirement and the provision of adequate police tow and impound services. No tower should have to meet the 65 square foot requirement. And that includes the existing towers who don't meet it. So, what am I asking you to do on this appeal? I'm asking you to change the rules for everybody. Eliminate, change that resolution. Eliminate the 65,000 square foot requirement. Why would the existing towers object to this? It doesn't require them to do anything. It takes a breach of contract off their plate. It will not affect the level of services provided to their community. The argument is we can't change it. The contracts say 65,000 square feet. Read those contracts. The contract says those towers have to do 65,000 square feet. There's nothing that says everybody has to do it. And quite frankly, you could go to the towers and amend that contract. Why are the towers here objecting? Because they don't want the competition. Now, what about some of the other standards in the contract? You know, as has been pointed out, Pepe's came and said the other towers aren't meeting their agreements. And we got a letter from the city attorney's office on November 13th, 2017, which is on the screen, which says, yes, they are meeting all their requirements. No problem. Well, let's take a look. One of the standards is lighting. You have to have those lots lit at night. I got an email from the city attorney's office about what the standard is. The lights have to be bright enough that a helicopter observer or a person on the ground could clearly see objects or persons in the parking lot without additional illumination. Makes sense. Pepe's hired a helicopter to go see what we got. So here is city towing. This picture was taken January 6th, 2018. It's a daytime picture. It shows you their lot. That's their main lot. It's outlined in red. Here's their secondary lot. It's across the street, outlined in red. Here's what it looks like at night. Their lots are outlined in red. You can see the secondary lot does not have one light on it. And the main lot, somebody could go through there and clear out every car radio in the place and would never be seen from a police helicopter. We brought this to the city in February of 2018, had a presentation. Everybody looked at us and said, absolutely nothing. We'll get back to you. Now we're told that there's a timetable and it's going to be fixed. What you don't hear is what exactly are the problems and what exactly is the timetable and how long is this darkness going to exist? Well, in preparation for this meeting, we sent the helicopter back up again. Here's what city towing looks like on June 20th, 2018. About the same. And the other towers, here's Hayes, daytime view. Here's Hayes' nighttime view the first time. Would you want your car there? Here's Hayes. It's a little better now. I'll give him credit for that. But it's still, can somebody in a helicopter clearly observe the entire tow yard? Danny's before, Danny's after. Big Z. We don't have a before picture. This is the June 20th picture. Here's what they look like now. Wilson. day view, night view. It's getting worse at Wilson. This is what Pepe's Towing looks like at night. Can a helicopter see everyone there? Judge for yourself. There's no way that this lighting is compliant with the standards. How about paving? Parking, city requires paving. This is Hayes on January 6th. See, the front part's paved, back part isn't. Here's the close-up on January 6th. You can see clearly where the paving stops. Here's what it looks like today. Exactly the same. There's been no change. Here's a close-up today. This is City's secondary yard. January 6th, fencing, and look at that dirt. Here's what it looks like today. Not a stitch of pavement, and look at that fencing. Are you proud to have your constituents have their cars towed to this place? You know, when I look at all of this, I've got to say, it sure looks like the tow companies own the city. And it looks like they've owned it for years. They run these disgraceful tow yards that don't meet city standards, and they use their influence here to make sure that no outside tow companies can compete against them by putting in a specialized requirement that they're not observing. We're here to ask you to level the playing field. Level it. The existing tow companies don't have a 65,000 square foot requirement. Don't let the new guy, don't put that burden, don't put that on a new company. Change the rule and let Pepe's in. Let Pepe's compete. Better yet, give Pepe's the contract that apparently they qualify for in every way except the 65,000 square foot requirement. And let's clean up this towing mess. You know, it's time the council take control. I think the voters want this city cleaned up. You can start tonight by cleaning up the towing mess. Mr. Charette, you're the senior member on this council. Mr. Mayor, you're the mayor. I'm asking you to take the leadership role. You take the leadership role to equalize the playing field for everybody, and take the leadership role to clean up messes like this one. Don't take these generalities that the police and the management are giving you. Oh, we've got a timetable, and understand some of these are pretty expensive. You're darn right paving and lighting are expensive. And the fact they're expensive means their infrastructure. It's been that way for a long time. I have an inspection of Big Z, now Armada, that flunked paving. This council approved the transfer of the contract to Armada, notwithstanding that fact. I was in front of this council in 2016 when all the tow contracts expired. And I said, give Pepe's a chance to compete. No, we don't want any competition. We're happy with what we have. Councilman, the people are not happy with this mess. You shouldn't be happy with this mess. Tell staff, get it done, or get these people gone. Tell us what the specifics are. We want to take charge of this mess and clean it up. And frankly, a little competition goes a long way in this country, and having Pepe's in could do a good job. This is what Pepe's looks like right now. This is the kind of tow yard that this city needs and deserves. And I'm asking you to make that happen for the city of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I have a question for you related to your presentation.
Yes, sir.
You made reference to a resolution regarding the 65,000 square feet.
Yes, two of them.
And one of them you made reference to the city attorney.
Yes.
Could you please restate what that was?
Sure. There was, as the police department has said, Pepe's came to the city and said, look, you have towers that are non-compliant, and you should terminate your contracts with the non-compliant towers, open up positions on the tow rotation, and let there be free competition. And so Pepe's was asked, what is the problem? And one of the the problems are lot size, lighting, pavement, and security. And so lot size, obviously, is a big deal because the existing towers cannot change their lot size very easily. In fact, they can't change it at all. And so this went around to the city for a little bit, and we ended up with a email from the city attorney's office.
I'm making reference to the resolution that you referred to.
Oh, okay. I have two resolutions. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not the letter.
Not the letter?
No.
Resolution number 1 is 2000-286. I'm sorry, 2005-286. That put the 65,000 square foot requirement into being and grandfathered the existing towers. Okay? The second one that I'm referring to is 21191. 21191 repealed the grandfathering, thus making the existing towers subject to the 65,000 square foot requirement. And this was done concurrently with the existing towers in 2011, all signing contracts agreeing to provide to meet the specifications set forth in 1995. I get confused sometimes. In 2011, the grandfathering was repealed, and all the existing towers signed contracts that said, we will abide by the standards set in 2005-286, including the 65,000 square foot outside lots. So if you have the two resolution numbers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
City Attorney, could you address that?
I have the resolutions and the contracts.
Yeah, we reviewed the resolution that is referenced, and it does, in fact, indicate the section titled grandfathering on page 7 is hereby deleted. That's to quote the resolution that the...
And what's the impact of that on the existing tow operators and
Well,
the requirement for 65,000?
basically, it's the grandfathering that allowed them to not comply with that requirement or any of the other requirements in the TSA is no longer there. So technically, they're all in violation. My recommendation would be that the council direct city staff to meet with the existing tow carriers, to go over this, discuss it with them, and see if we can get a mutual agreement to amend the contract, and then we can reevaluate the seventh tow carrier with Pepe's.
So,
Well, and if I might clarify, I don't disagree with that, because at the end of the day, we have a police department that tows vehicles, and we need to have someone to come tow them for us. So, so I'm worried about, we've got to have someone in place. The other question, I think you may want to really evaluate, is 6,500 square feet, I'm sorry, thousands, hundreds, but is that really necessary given the number of vehicles that we're towing, and if we're not anticipating, which I don't anticipate a large, so you may want to provide some additional direction to us on whether that's a standard that you want to achieve, or do you want us to look at, based on our volume, whether there's some other standard that makes more sense?
So, the city attorney, the current condition that is in existence today for the current tow carriers is the grandfathering of the requirement not to have 65,000 square feet is really not an applicable, it's not an existing condition today.
Okay, so when the tow service agreement was authorized in 2005, there was a clause in there that said, here are all the requirements for new tow carriers. All the existing tow carriers are grandfathered under the previous terms don't have to comply with these. And the resolution that Mr. Schaefer just referred to, 2011-091, took the grandfathering language out. So technically, they have to comply with all of the requirements that are in the current TSA. There's no longer a grandfathering provision.
Well, when were the revised contracts executed? Post that resolution?
The most recent ones were in 2016.
So they are subject to
Those
that
requirements.
resolution?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Nichol?
I'll open this up to staff. Can anybody explain to me the rationale of the 65,000 square foot requirement?
I don't believe so.
You know, I can tell you that back when that was negotiated, the city attorney's office under Jim Penman had conflicted off on the item, and it was done by outside counsel, and I have no idea what those negotiations entailed or why that number was agreed to.
Because I concur, if I may finish, I concur that there's appears to be an issue here regarding whether or not the existing tow operators comply. And I tend to agree that we cannot have a situation where we have no tow operators.
Right.
And my understanding is the sole basis upon which Pepe's was denied their application was the lack of that 65,000 square foot requirement. No other issue served as the basis of that denial.
Correct.
I think looking at those facts, it appears to me that absent any other rationale for denying Pepe's towing, that seventh tow rotation, which has already been approved by the council, from my understanding, that they should not be approved should we allow the existing tow operators to operate without complying with that 65,000 square foot requirement.
City Manager, at this time, I appreciate the questions, but I'm going to ask for these questions to be directed to the appellant, because that's the stage that we're at right now. We'll give you a opportunity to do that. So, because then we need to allow the rest of the testimony to be heard. So, do you have any questions of the appellant at this time?
Council, he's referring to
This is to you.
council. Any other questions?
No? Okay. At this time, then, we'll ask the other speakers to come forward for the public. Ray Hassan, Councilmember.
I'd like to make just one comment. It's not a question, but the term has been used, competition. With a franchise agreement, I don't believe that that's an appropriate term, competition. In other words, by just opening it up. By opening it up to a seventh carrier, you actually deplete. Everybody loses on that. The seventh carrier benefits because that carrier is getting a piece of the pie that he didn't have before, but we've depleted or watered down the business from the original six. And so I would argue with the term, they're afraid of competition. In a franchise agreement, it's really not about competition. You get on the rotation, you get called. If you can't do it, they move to the next one. That's a pretty nice job. I'd like to have that kind of competition in my business, which is, again, I don't agree as competition. And again, I'm going to state from my point of view that we probably should never, at least at that time, increased to a seventh carrier, because all that was going to do was going to water down the business for the original six. Compliance is a whole other thing, but in terms of competition, I don't think a franchise agreement really is competition at all. You get on a rotation and you get the business when it's your turn. So I would have an argument with that, and I really regret. I've been here 9 years. I am a senior council member. You're right, Mr. Schaefer, I am. This was something that I took on when I first came on and had no understanding really of franchise agreements and what have you. And I've come to understand that I, as an individual, do want competition. I want to be able to call 7 different carriers and get the best price. Or if I'm going to put a roof on, 7 different roofers and get the best price and the best service. But with a franchise agreement, a city doesn't have that luxury. We've got to get it done right away, and that's the purpose of a franchise agreement. And so, again, I regret my vote. I think it would have passed anyway, but I regret my vote approving a 7th carrier until we got to a bigger threshold. I guess technically, if we go over 35,000 people, if we go to 35,001, that means we've added 6 population. We've gone to 35,001, and that now means we're going to have 7 tow carriers. So you take that 210 or 216,000 and divide it by 6, you get one number. You divide it by 7, and you get a smaller number. So that's my problem here. Compliance is something entirely different, but I do have a problem with the term competition in this regard.
Thank you. Ray Hassan.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for having us tonight. I'm one of the 6 existing tow carriers. I've been with you guys since 2012. We signed a contract in 2016 that expires in 2021. I'm basically here just to ask you to uphold that contract. I myself and the other tow carriers have invested, hired employees, leased land, purchased trucks and equipment in order to fulfill that contract. I understand Pepe's wants to get on. I know his attorney did a good job showing pictures of this and pictures of that. I can tell you my yard doesn't look like that. My yard looks like a car dealership. You can drive by there right now on your way home. I don't know about the other tow yards. I don't really go around taking pictures of tow yards. Anyways, these rules, they were set. These rules that govern this contract were set by Mr. Pittman himself. I mean, he's kind of the reason why his client failed, which is funny. But yeah, that's it. I'm just here to ask you guys to uphold the agreement that we have. Thank you.
Clay Wooster. Mr. Wooster, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I was.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate your time. I am the Vice President and General Manager of Tri-City Towing. And all of that stuff that they did, I didn't see anything about my tow company. I did math on measuring my tow company today. The math I did is about 70,000 square foot, so I think we're good in that figure. The lighting at my yard looks like a car dealership. We had an issue a week ago with somebody coming over our fence. My alarm system caught him as soon as he came over my fence. We watched him in our cameras from my house. My wife watched the gentleman walk through my yard and go to his car and smash the window out. As soon as my alarm company called me as he came over my fence, we called the police department. Police department pulled in my yard. I pulled in behind them. They arrested that gentleman. They had the helicopter there, everything. There was no problem seeing what we seen. As far as the compliance, when this came up a year ago, I stood up here and I told you that as a tow company and as a professional trying to provide service to your city, that I feel that my company, we went back and looked at everything that was brought up, and I feel that my company is compliant on every aspect. We have not been notified by the city that we need to upgrade something. We're trying to meet the lighting, the alarm, all of that stuff. One of the things that you need to take into consideration on that 65,000 square foot measurement, something that I looked at today, okay? For the city of San Bernardino, that 65,000 square foot maybe seems like a lot, but there's not one tow company in here that only tows for you. I tow for the CHP, I tow for the sheriff's department, I do PPI tows. If I do one tow apiece a day for those, that's an additional 90 to 120 cars a month that's going into my yard. There's times my yard, I'm wondering where I'm going to put cars. I'm so packed with stuff with the 100 or so cars that I get out of the city, and then all of my other agencies combined. So that's something that you need to think of. It's not just what you're putting in our yards. It's what all the other agencies, if we tow for Sandcat, there's a lot of other stuff going on there. And I, for one, I mean, like the other gentleman said, I don't know what the compliance of the other companies, I mean, I've seen some pictures, etc. But I feel that my company is compliant, and we're more than willing. You know, if the city comes to us and say, this is what you need to do, we're going to get on it, we're going to do it. Whether it's paving, you name it, we'll step it up. Because, you know, we're trying to be professional and provide a service. One of the things that was brought up in the past was no heavy-duty trucks that was never required by you guys. We have one, even though it's not required. Thank you very much for your time, and you guys have a good evening.
Thank you. Jim Smith?
Thank you.
Yes, worthy Mayor.
Were you sworn in, Mr. Smith?
Excuse me?
Were you sworn in?
I was.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think, was I sworn in? Okay, good, great. Whether this is the first time I've talked against for public comment, I did raise my hand. I just wanted to indicate that I've known the owner of Pepe Towing for over 30 years, and he's a very reputable person. And I think that we need more companies like that in San Bernardino. I think he's doing the best job he can. They followed the rules, submitted an application, and from my understanding was turned down because they weren't large enough. Well, you know, and I'm not an attorney, but I've heard the testimony here, and I agree with Mr. Charette. It's not in competition. This is on a rotating basis, but the population's increased. This council approved an additional towing company. So I don't know what all of the discussion is about. They qualified, but they weren't large enough. And yet the testimony I heard tonight is that they seem to be doing an excellent job with what they're doing now. They simply want to be put in the rotation. So I'm a very logical person. I know he's an honest person. He's doing a good job for the city of San Bernardino. He's involved with, you know, organizations like the Chamber and all, supporting of that. And I just would like to indicate that I would like to support their appeal, and I hope we can move forward, put an end to this so we can move on to more important things in the city of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Ring?
I was sworn in.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Robert Ring. I'm an attorney for your San Bernardino police towers. I was involved back well before 2011, but when they had their contract with the city. There was a lot of negotiation going on, and there was issues of price. What are we going to pay? What are our fees? Size of lot, and all those details. And there's a lot of negotiation. At that time, the city had considered doing towing on their own and decided it was smarter to hire your locals. And I agree, 6 companies are a fair amount of competition. Each of those companies entered into the deal knowing, all right, this is what I have to pay for employees, land, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And a deal's a deal. I oppose adding a 7th company, and Pepe's in particular, based on 3 issues: on the merits, on your public policy, and the law as well. The merits, let's look at the simple issue before you. Should they be approved or not? They don't qualify. You passed a resolution in March. You gave the terms. They don't qualify. In fact, I think your police department bent over backwards saying, hey, is there some problem? Maybe you can find some other space. They went, they tried, they went, they tried. They did not qualify. It feels like what their counsel is saying, guys, I know better than you. I know better than your police department. I know you have a police department regulating them, but I've decided they don't qualify, therefore put Pepe's on. That sounds nice and fair. I don't think that's the issue before you tonight, and I don't think that's the way this or any city should do business. It's interesting that on the merits, Pepe's, they put a big article in the paper today saying the request is excessive, the $65,000. But what do they tell the city when they sign up? It's acceptable. They said the $65,000 was acceptable. They bid. They didn't have it. They said, well, let me try this. They didn't have it. Well, we'll try this other lot. They didn't have it. It's acceptable. It's acceptable. Well, you don't qualify. Well, now it's excessive. And we'll spend a lot of money on lobbyists to try to beat you into our position. But my group spent the time and the money, and no, they don't control the city. There are 6 small businesses in this town. And it's untrue that these 6 companies have some lock. What they did was they invested their hearts, their souls, their lives, their money in a deal. Their deal ends in 2021. If you want to revisit how you want to handle towing in 2021, do so then. Also, on the issue of the law, your resolution you passed to approve this in the 2011-80 talks about a minimum of 40,000 residents, not 35,000. Now, later on the contract it mentions 35, but I'll tell you, if we had to litigate that issue, I would let some judge decide that issue. It says 40,000, not 35. If I just may go 30 seconds over, someone will give me the time.
I'll give you 15.
He's a lawyer. He splits the difference. In essence, what Pepe's is proposing now is way too late and not giving you time. My gosh, where were they in March when this resolution is being passed? Where were they then? And who's supposed to enforce Pepe's? An attorney with PowerPoints or your own police department? Your police department said these companies are in compliance, and that's how you handle contracts. You don't have an outsider coming and say, oh, they're not doing right, let me in. It's up to your police department to make those decisions.
Thank
Let
you,
these
Mr.
guys
Wright.
finish up their contract and then figure out what to do. Thank you.
Brent Anderson.
Councilman Shred is correct. It is not a competition. It's a rotation. You get every 6th call. That's the way it is. My fence is fixed. Those are some real ugly pictures. If you notice, when they took pictures of my yard, there's no streetlights or anything around it. It's all dark. What's up with those pictures? We have streetlights. My yard is, all my lights are fixed now. The lot across the street is only for absolute junk, and that's where I have my auctions. There are never a live impound in that yard. They're all in the back. I also have another yard, a half acre at 1315 North Eucalyptus in Rialto that I can use. It's my yard. I'm asking you to hold up the contract. That's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
City telling. Oh, city telling.
Michael Armada.
Good evening. My name is Mike Armada. I'm the owner of Armada Towing. I've been in the city of San Bernardino for 20 years. We're family owned and operated. When I came to apply 20 years for the same contract, I was told I have to have 65,000 square feet. 10 years later, Mr. Penman stood there and said, I'm the city attorney, it's 65,000. 18 years later, I went ahead and purchased a company that is currently on rotation, which is called Big Z. Big Z Towing has 75,000 square feet. Armada has 65,000 square feet. Combined, I'm well over 3 acres. Regarding those pictures that they were taken, when were they taken, by whom, or what helicopter company? The truth is, it's Manny Ocastas, Pepe's Towing. He was flying his own helicopter, taking pictures. at his own leisure. And I guarantee you, at his toll lot, it's never lit like that. My toll lot is lit like a car dealer. I entered this business with the agreement that you guys have drafted. I purchased the business based on your guys' agreement. Based on that deal, I rolled. If you guys want to change it, wait till the contract is up. My contract isn't up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Hayes?
I'm Mike from Hayes Towing. I just have to say, we do have a contract. We were compliant when the contract came through. We're compliant now. We aren't trying to skirt any rules or anything else. You guys made the rules. We complied to those rules. I think that you should uphold the contract. The contract's for 5 years, and then open it up then, and you can change the rules then, make a new contract. But you're trying to change the contract mid-contract and change the rules mid-contract. I don't think that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, Dr. Newman? Could you state your name, please?
I'm Dr. Newman, and I was not sworn in.
Would you please raise your right hand?
Where's the cops?
I do. I'm Robert Newman. Thank you. I'm going to comment on Manny Acosta, whom I've known for a number of years. We attended church together, and I've been to his towing service on various occasions. And I know him to be a top-quality individual. One is that he helped a homeless couple at our church at no expense to himself and to the couple to tow a motor home to an acceptable, what would it be called? I call them trailer parks. At no expense to them. They live there now. That occurred a couple of years ago. The next comment I want to make is that I have interacted at city council meetings for over a year on another issue, and that was Huntington Park in the Los Angeles area. They were having difficulties, legal problems with their towing company, and made a decision to open it up for bids. I contacted Manny Acosta. He looked into the matter. He chose not to be involved. I knew personally that there was graft that was occurring there, and they were creating serious problems for that city. He chose not to bid on the contract because he has integrity. And that's the reason he's my friend. I would also like to comment on the term competition. Competition is a number of providers. Adding another provider is part of competition. It's part of business. Being part of rotation, once a person is approved, is not competition. But to get in to the favored six and to become the seventh, to complete it, biblically speaking, is reasonable and fair. I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more public speaking comments. Mr. Costa, I was going to give, according to our process, your attorney time to rebut the comments that were made. Do you want to do that, or did you want to speak as public?
Well,
I won't
I
give you
think
all-
that you
yeah,
need to allow Mr. Acosta to speak as a public comment.
Yes,
if
I'm
he
just trying to
wants
clarify if your intention was to rebut, or you're just going to speak.
I'm independent from.
Okay, yes, come forward then.
Subject.
And you were sworn in.
Absolutely.
All right.
Good evening. What a interesting night, Mr. Mayor, common council people, staff, voters here and voters on TV. Election year, this city is a mess, and we're going to see what you guys are going to do. Tonight, you have been pledging to do the right thing for the business community and to its people. What you were presented with is disgusting, and we are very anxious, us voters, to see what you're going to do, how you're going to handle it. You know, I was here July 5th, 2 weeks ago. Do you guys remember? And by the way, Mr. Charette, I'm not Johnny come late here. I've been trying to get on twice as long as you have been a council member. Okay? And you are part of this mess because you've allowed these yards and permitted these yards as a voter in the council. So I'm anxiously going to sit here with all the voters, and I want to see how the city's going to handle this. Because it's a bigger mess now, Mr. City Attorney. You have a pile of crap on you now. And I'm anxious to see how you're going to handle it. Good night. God bless your decision.
Mr. Schaefer, do you have any rebuttals?
Mr. Penman will use the 5 minutes.
Mr. Penman, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was, Your Honor. No, I've not spoken.
No. Well, he's speaking on behalf of Pepe's Towing. Could you fill out a slip after you're concluded?
Yes, Your Honor, I did it because I was part of the presentation. In any event, I agree.
appreciate that, but Michael Schaefer also filled one out.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you. I agree with Mr. Charette. This isn't about competition. It is about a franchise. The problem is we've got 7 towers, and not one of them meets your requirements. And they all signed a document saying they agreed to 65,000 square feet, but not one of them has 65,000 square feet. So every one of them has violated any contract they signed. Now, Pepe's didn't sign the contract, they didn't violate the contract, but the 6 who did have all violated it. Tri-City is not a problem. We didn't complain about Tri-City. We think they're in substantial compliance. The comment was made that I set the rules, 65,000. Ms. Grider said that. I was in the same position some of you were in. I knew a lot of these guys. Some of them made
I
donations to
don't
my
think Ms.
campaign.
Grier's made that comment. I think that was a comment made by one of the
I was one of
public
the
speakers.
speakers. I never said that you made that rule.
You
I said that you conflicted
You said
off.
I conflicted off. That's what I'm
Correct.
getting to. Mayor, that's what I'm getting to. Ms. Grider said that. But let me get there, please. I was in the same position a lot of you were in. Maybe not right now, but the people who were there then. They were my friends. You want to help your friends sometimes. So what do? You conflict off. You don't sit there and vote for your friends. That isn't what you do. These guys, these 6 towers, signed agreements that agreed to 65,000. This grandfather thing is a myth. It ended in 2011 with conflict counsel that I didn't choose. Now, you got a chance tonight to fix this. 2 of those tow companies cannot bring their lots up to code. They can't do it. It's too expensive, and they don't have the money. You can approve Pepe's tonight, a 7th tower, and in a very short time, the police department can take care of that problem. You saw the pictures. You were sitting here, they've got water, and the ground table below, the water table below, has solvents leaking into it because their lots aren't paved. Pepe's is paved. You've got a choice tonight to make. And tonight's the time for you to clear yourselves of any attempt of alleged corruption. Now, corruption is in 2 forms. It isn't just taking a bribe. It's abuse of power. Sometimes the abuse of power is motivated by money. Sometimes it's motivated because they're your buddies or your friends, and you want to help your buddies or your friends. The people of San Bernardino deserve a council that is going to require all the tow carriers to comply with federal law and city ordinances, including pavement so the solvents from the vehicles can't leak into the groundwater system, and they can't meet that. And they can't afford it. Nothing wrong with those photographs. They're factual. They're factual. Pepe's will give you consent to fly over their lot, your sheriff's helicopter with a cameraman. Ask the other ones to do the same. This isn't a case of you're dealing with a group of towers who've been following the rules legitimately. They are in violation. 4 of the 6 current carriers are in substantial violation, considerable violation. You heard the city manager respond to the question about the basis for the 65,000 square feet. She can't do it. And I can tell you a court isn't going to do it. Don't send this to court. You've got an election coming up. Come on, guys. You don't need this to go to court in September and October and have a judge make a statement like the grand jury made about the code enforcement. You don't need that. Fred, you don't need it. You need to say, hey, I had no idea this was going on. I thought these guys had the lighting. I thought they had the ground cover. I thought they had the pavement. I had no idea. I didn't know that they, you can say, Fred, I didn't know that they were supposed to have 65,000 square feet. I didn't know that till tonight. Mayor, you're in the same boat. Mr. Valdivia, you're in the same boat. Everybody here is in that same boat. Don't think this isn't going to come out in the next 3 or 4 months, because it is in every campaign. Don't go there. You're here to fix a problem. That's part of your duties as a council. No tow company in the city right now has 65,000 square feet. You really think a judge is going to let you not let Pepe on the list because he doesn't have 65,000 square feet when they're all required to have it? I know most of you have never heard this until tonight. This is wrong. You guys need to stand up and say, hey, Mr. Shred, I made decisions based on wrong information. I thought these guys were telling me the truth. They weren't. They've known they were out of compliance. They've known their lots weren't paved. They've known the lights didn't light everything up. They've known that. This is your chance to fix it. Don't continue it and become part of the corruption, abuse of power, favoring your friends. Take a position and clear your names tonight.
Thank you. There's one other speaker I failed to call, Mish Lair.
It's Misty. My name is Misty Lair. I'm the daughter of Jerry Lair, City Towing. I remember when my parents founded this business 40 years ago, and I was 8 years old, and I would go in and help dispatch on a Saturday to give my mom some time off. This has been my parents' life for 40 years. My mother passed away some time ago, and this has been my dad's entire existence. I now represent the family. And I'm here to say this business has been what they have done. They signed a contract. They stood by that contract. And we are now at a time where other people are trying to change the contract. I'm asking you just to go back and uphold the contract of how it was signed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council related to the applicant? For the captain?
I have a specific question for Captain Williams, if he can
Are
come up
there
to
any
the...
other questions from the council, excuse me, that need to be directed to the appellant? Okay, thank you. At this time, then, the hearing is closed, and Councilmember Marquez, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Captain Williams, I assume that all of these 6 tow carriers are located in our city? They all are? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Nickel?
What is the effect of waiving that TSA requirement on all of the applicable tow operators?
So I was going to, because you kind of started to ask that question earlier, given the point where we are towing, and Captain Williams and the chief can, I'm sure, tell you the exact number of vehicles we tow on average in any average given year, but the reality is we have not had a problem, given the existing size of the lots, getting a tow service. Right. So you have 6 companies that have been able to be responsive and meet the needs of at least the demand that we have at this time. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean we'd have to do some analysis if we expected our numbers to increase dramatically over the next year or so, but at least as it stands today, we are able to meet the demand with the size. So I presume, though, that 65,000 square foot number was probably based on some analysis of what we expected our current tow needs to be and future demand for some period of time. I mean, that's usually how that's done, and then what's the square footage that needs to accommodate that. But we just don't have, what I meant to say is we don't have that analysis available to us right now.
Okay, so really, the council, it is within the discretion to waive that requirement completely, so that there is no obligation on either the existing tow operators or any future or potential tow operator to comply with that agreement or with that condition, correct?
City Attorney will walk you through what that process is.
Just to clarify, I'm looking at Resolution 2011-91 that Mr. Schaefer referred to, and I find that it's interesting that it repeals or deletes the grandfathering language. However, the agreement with the tow carriers in 2011-80 was entered into and signed by all the tow carriers with that grandfathering language, and the resolution deleting the grandfathering language didn't amend those agreements. My recommendation would be, and I'm just seeing this right now, I had not seen 2011-91 and no one had brought it up prior to Mr. Schaefer bringing it up at this meeting. I would recommend that the council continue the appeal so that I can research the effect that 2011-91 would have on an existing agreement if the parties to that agreement didn't mutually agree to amend the contract.
And if the council were to do that, then we would want to do some analysis on whether there's ever been any delay in tow services. Again, we haven't heard of any. So.
Now, I will speak for myself. I assume at this point we would make a recommendation on how to move forward. Is that the process that we are?
Well, you're either
engaging?
granting, denying, or continuing.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like I say, this has been a perennial issue, certainly since I have been on the council. And I think, I'm speaking for constituents. People want to see us move on. We have very important things to do. And it's not to say that tow operations are not important. They're extremely important. And that's, I think, the reason, all the more reason why we need to move forward. And I think given the circumstances that I've heard this evening, I think it is highly advisable that we move forward. And if the 65,000 square feet is really the only issue that has prevented the applicant from successfully applying, and that issue is relevant to all the other operators, more or less, except for perhaps Tri-City, which sounds like they may have the requisite amount of square footage. I think we should grant the appeal. Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah, I have another concern. It was brought up about having the storage area fully paved.
Correct.
Is that, now, is it true that the areas are not fully paved in all the?
Captain Williams? Okay. Are they paved? Are all the areas paved at all the tow yards?
No, they're not all paved, and there are some that have impermeable rock that's rolled in, et cetera. The word paving, that's not part of the code. But it is recommended, but there are other alternative means as well.
Okay.
And if I may, I just want to reiterate, my recommendation is that this be continued to allow me to research the effect the resolution has. I think we have significant exposure to litigation either way.
Yeah.
So if you deny the appeal, we have significant exposure. If you grant the appeal, we have significant exposure. And it would be my recommendation that we continue this one more time. I understand the need for closure and wanting to get rid of this, but I also want to caution you that we need to look at this a little bit closer before a decision is made.
So moved.
And I have another question to ask the city manager.
Excuse me, just one. You've
I'm not finished.
You made a motion, but there was no second. I didn't hear a second. So Henry made a motion to grant the appeal, correct?
I'm making that request if there's a second.
All right,
I'll second that.
we have a second. All right. Do we have a substitute motion? Are you making a substitute motion?
Yeah.
Councilman Valdivia, are you making a substitute motion?
Yeah, I'd like to honor staff's recommendation, our legal counsel. I think the matter needs to be further researched. I would, word of caution is if we're discussing the substitute from, I'm sorry, the floor motion from Mr. Nichol, seconded by Councilmember Marquez. We need to research our options
Yeah.
here, and I'll support
And I'll second
our legal
that.
counsel.
I'll
on
second that.
So you're
I'll
making
second
that substitute motion?
Yeah.
That we continue the item? All right. And you're making a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. Councilman Schroeder?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I'm going to support the continuation as much as I don't want to and would like to put this to bed. I think we all would. It's been talked about Pepe's reputation and that they're a good company. No doubt. I don't have any problem with Pepe's. Again, I'm going to go back and say I have a problem with us as a council of allowing a seventh tow carrier without having a larger population growth. But again, I said earlier, compliance is an issue. We set policy, staff determines compliance, and so far I'm being told, and I'm not just taking it blindly. I trust staff. I trust that we've gone out and looked at it. I saw some very difficult pictures to look at, but if I can get our PD to come back with us and say unequivocally, these companies are in compliance, or they're not, and then they should be just booted, as far as I'm concerned. And I have a real problem with this item. I really do. I go into 7 carriers. It's got nothing to do with reputation. It's got nothing to do with the quality. Compliance is something very important to me, and if they're in compliance, fine. If they're not, I would want to live with the contract until it's up, until 21. And just because we've added a 7th carrier, we don't have to fill that position. We can allow for 7 carriers in our ordinance, but we do not have to fill it. That happens with staff, that happens with employees, that happens all the times, that it may not be prudent to fill it, even though it's provided for.
Mayor.
So I support continuing and getting a little bit more information on this, as much as I don't like to.
Mayor, if I may, I believe that the appellant is amenable to a continuance at this time. They're not objecting to that.
On the record, yes, we would stipulate to a continuance with one caveat, which is that the captain said that they weren't out of compliance because of the paving. The contracts say they have to comply with all state, federal, and local laws. City ordinance requires the paving, and federal law requires the paving. So that means they're all out of compliance. So the caveat is, ask the city attorney to look at that as well, the fact that the part of that contract requires them to be in compliance with all state, federal, and local laws. And with that, we would stipulate to the continuance. We have no desire to cause a problem beyond what has happened already for you folks. We want to get this solved.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah, I just, continuing the question I had before, now there are some inconsistencies, I guess, with the paving and so forth, and I guess there's some other things that need to be ironed out.
Yes, I think what we will do, we will certainly review the implications of the resolution that was brought to our attention, but we will also, Terry and I will work with the police department so that you have a list of every single requirement, and then how each rates in terms of their compliance with
And
that.
I'd just like to say that, some people have already indicated something about, whether they're for or in favor of this. We have a contract. We have an existing contract. And we're talking about 6 small business people that are in competition, they're in competition not just with the franchise, they're in competition with the broader community. I mean, I've had Armada come to fix my batteries for AAA. And so it's not just this, they're not just worried about our franchise situation. And so my basic understanding is that we do have a contract, and we really need to fulfill that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. No further discussion.
And the motion is to continue.
The motion is to
Is it-
continue.
Date certain?
The next meeting, yeah, our intent is to do the research as quickly as possible and bring it back at the next meeting.
City Clerk?
On item 28, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passes 6-1 with Ms. Marquez voting no.
Thank you. That concludes item number 28.
Your Honor, for the record, the captain was not misstating. It is impermeable surface, not pavement, impermeable surface, and that's what he said. So I'll make that clear. The ordinance says impermeable surface.
Mr. Penman, the hearing is concluded.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next is item number 29. This also was a public hearing. We'll wait a moment to allow for the audience to clear the room.
Mayor, why don't you ask everybody to take it outside?
And I'd like to ask the audience to please step outside so we can continue the meeting. Mr. Penman, Mr. Schaefer, if you could please step outside so we can continue the meeting. Thank you. The next item is to conduct a public hearing related to the placement of liens for solid waste accounts delinquent as of February 2017 through January 2018. Adopt Resolution 2018-213 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, making determinations and confirming assessments and proceedings for unpaid solid waste collection services. Ms. Miller? Mrs.
Mayor.
Miller.
Mayor, members of the council, this is part of our agreement with Burtec that as part of the agreement, we do give them the right to place liens for solid waste accounts that are delinquent. This evening, Gracie is here to present on this item and walk through the process and what the next steps are.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gracie Johnson, presenting for the Integrated Solid Waste Division of Public Works. The item before you is, as mentioned, for the placement of liens for solid waste accounts delinquent as of February 2017 through January 2018, and adoption of the resolution. I also want to mention that a current updated list, which is reduced from the list that you have, printed just this past Monday, was presented to the city clerk. So she has a copy of the reduced list that we have now.
Move for approval.
Second. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
You would have the slip.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unless you're holding them.
I have none, thank you.
So in other words, you've passed me now.
I have.
And you have none to pass.
I believe we have
me.
no speakers.
All right, thank you. All right, any further discussion on this item? All right, the hearing is closed. Please cast your votes.
Mr. Mayor, while everyone's casting their votes, we are going to work with Burtech, though, because, a lot of communities, lists like these are not public records. There are some administrative ways we can do it without exposing people's pertinent information. So
Very good.
we're looking at anyway, we have to do it this way now, but we're looking at other ways that maybe we can avoid the publicity of having someone's name, address, and delinquency in a public agenda.
Thank you.
Mr. Nichol, would you like to vote on this item? On item 29, the motion on item 29 was made by Mr. Valdivia. It was seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 30. This also is a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. This is introduced first reading of ordinance number MC 1500 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 17-09 to change zoning district classification from office industrial to industrial light of two parcels, APNs 020-142-25 and 36, containing a total of approximately 1.4 acres.
Move for approval. Second. Oh, do we? Very good.
Mr. Mujica, please make your presentation.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. As you recall, this item involves a development code amendment to change the zoning classification to allow for the development of a service station. Property is, again, proposing for the going from office industrial park to industrial light. Basic difference on those is that the office industrial park does not allow for service stations. Because the project is located on the corner major intersection at Orange Show and Waterman, that's where our recommendation that was made to the Planning Commission and which they approved, or went along with that approval. This is an aerial showing the location of the site. This is the, again, showing the zoning designations of the site and the surrounding area. I will note, as we have mentioned in some of our previous updates on our development code amendment, we are looking to do away with the OIP, Office Industrial Park designation. So ultimately, this, should the development code amendment be approved in that manner, this would be consistent with that designation. These are some photographs of the surrounding area. Look, this is looking towards the site. This is looking north. Again, this is looking southeast from the site. And again, this is the southwest intersection. This is a general site plan showing the configuration of the project with the pump islands towards Waterman Avenue, and the convenience store would be towards the easterly portion of the site. A basic floor plan of your typical convenience store, basic elevations of the project, the canopy, and again, our analysis was that the project complies with the policies of the general plan and development code, with the development code amendment. Take a vacant site and make it productive. The police department has reviewed the project as it relates to the ABC license type 20 for on-sale, off-site beer and wine only. So they've recommended approval on that, based on that, and there are conditions of approval to mitigate some of the measures for concern. Planning Commission did adopt a resolution approving the project, forwarding the recommendation to council. I'd be glad to answer any questions. The applicant's representative is here as well, and again, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. The conditions of approval on the off-site carry-out of the alcoholic beverage, are there time restrictions on that? And if so, can you state them?
I believe so. Let me check what they are.
I am supportive of the project. Appreciate the investment in that corner. I represent that district. Appreciate the improvements. And this is the northeast corner, Waterman and Orange Show Road. This will, what I really admire about this project, it also has canopies for the big trucks that service that corridor. And so there'd be fuel up opportunities, which is a residual tax benefit to the community on sales tax and whatnot. So I'm supportive. I just want to know that alcoholic beverage
The condition is, it's consistent with the ABC requirements, which simply states it's from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., just like any other alcohol sales related items. That's how it's listed now. If you want to make it more restrictive, that's for your decision.
And so it's 6 a.m. to 2, so it would not be vended from 2 a.m., 2:01 to 5:59.
Correct.
And do we have a letter of intention, or is that too preliminary to even discuss now on who might the vendor be? Who's dispensing gas?
That is preliminary. My tenant's working on that, but they're looking at it.
Would you please state your name and you need to be sworn in.
Do I need to be sworn in?
No.
No?
Public hearing.
I do. My name is Angie Grundall. I represent Evergreen Development. My tenant is working on a franchise agreement currently. I can get that information to you if that's something that's important. But Circle K is the store, the C-store that they're looking at.
And finally, Mr. Mayor, I do appreciate our staff on this. I'll move for approval. I think we do have a individual here who would like to speak on it, so.
We'll get to that.
Okay. I'd like to move for approval on this project.
Second.
Does that conclude your presentation? All right, any other questions?
Yes, it does.
Yes, Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah, Mr. Mahica, I guess all the properties with the passionate pink
That's correct.
are all the,
I wore the according tie that went to that.
I see, there's a
Method to my madness.
Yeah, okay, good. So we can identify you in the.
There you go.
Now, you said that the office industrial park, you're trying to eliminate?
We are looking at that as part of our development code amendment.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. And when the development code comes through, that'll be part of it. As I was saying,
correct.
Why not change it here now? But if it's going to take place, then that sounds fine.
That's
Thank
correct.
You.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Mr. Jose Cortez? Mr. Cortez, have you been sworn in? No.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this body?
I do. Good night, Mayor and Council and staff. My concern is, I'm a resident, I'm sorry about my language. I'm resident for San Bernardino for 30 years. And I know the big progress we're doing in my area, in San Bernardino, all the big, huge industries with come, like Amazon, like those gas stations with Mayor right now. I'm so happy with that, working hard, and I feeling something with feeling very hard in my heart. But is the people when destroy the houses for my community, and living in the street like in a human, because they don't got no choice to go. They stay there because they born there and they live there and nobody take care. This is something will hurt my heart so bad. So this is what I gotta let you know. And I'm distributed a lot of food every 2 weeks in my community. And some people very helpful, but some people they not. This is something what I feel bad. But the job what you guys doing for the city, especially the area where John Valdivia got it, is working so good. And so what I gotta say, good night everybody, and is working hard together.
Thank you. That concludes public speakers. The public hearing is now over and concluded, so we have a motion, I believe, and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
On item 30, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned until our next meeting, which I believe is in August 1st. All right. Thank you. Good evening. Drive safe.